Good morning, all, and thank you so much for joining. I know Anthony's going to formally kick off the meeting in a few minutes, but I wanted to introduce myself. I'm Sam McGill with Sacramento State University. You remember my colleague Orit Kalman from the previous meeting. Orit had a wonderful opportunity that she couldn't pass up, so I'm taking over her role as the facilitation of the group moving forward. I'm really excited to get to know all of you. Before I hand it over to Anthony to kick things off, I just wanted to run through a couple of building logistics. Real quickly, the meeting is being recorded and live streamed. We're expecting a good number of members of the public online. So I would ask, as you're addressing the full group, there's 3 microphones floating around. Make sure to speak into the microphone or it won't also be captured for the folks joining us online. Hopefully everybody already found it. Restrooms are out these doors back to the main entrance and turn left past the elevator bank. You'll find restrooms right there. There is coffee on the back table and we'll provide food throughout the day. Hopefully you responded to my various annoying emails peppering you for requests for lunch options. There's water available in the break room. And with that, I think we're probably good to go whenever you are, Anthony.
Yeah.
All right.
Thank you, sir. All right. Can everybody hear me? I know last time I used the mic and it didn't work. And so good morning. For those that haven't met me before, I'm Anthony Navasero. I'm the drought coordinator in the executive branch of the Department of Water Resources. I want to just say welcome to everybody. A couple of orders of business to attend to. For those of you who have not signed up yet, there's some red folders. As DRIP membership, you can apply to get reimbursed for some of your cost, parking, travel, non-state people. Sorry, folks. Sorry, Chris. Anyway, it's just your job. Anyway, so we have red folders. Please contact Julie or I. We could get you a red folder and get you signed up. There are some members that have already done it and have been successful at it. Laura, I'm looking at you. Right? So it does work. So feel free to please still sign up. All right, great. Second order of business. I'd like to thank Jason for bringing in the hugest bag of walnuts I've seen thus far. Feel free to grab some. I don't think we have nutcrackers though, right? So we could, yeah, I was gonna say we could see Power Up or use it as a stress ball, whichever you like, but feel free to grab some out of that bag. So with that, welcome to the DRIP, the third DRIP meeting of the inaugural year, and welcome to the new water year. It's always full of hope, right? We've had a very robust previous year and current conditions look pretty promising, but we have to be prepared, right? We have to stay diligent. There are no guarantees how plentiful it may be. Climate change has made it water years more variable. With that stated, we remain diligent and continue to make progress together. And although we still are forming this collaborative, we're still making strides. We initiated the collaborative this past year, or this current year, established relationships, provide content and insights, increased our collective knowledge about water shortages, because we're moving on from drought, right? Impacts and challenges, and we're beginning to see a collaborative efforts. We believe our pace is starting to pick up as well. We've done a lot more between our last meeting in July and now versus what we did from April to July. So we're looking forward to our meeting and beyond. We look to solidify our forming stage and transition to a storming stage with the need to continued commitment. We need your time and energy and engagement in these meetings and more. So with that, I'll start to talk about our hopeful outcomes. Of course, it doesn't start working now. There we go. Okay. So outcome number 1, we're looking to finalize problem statements for 3 of the prioritized DRIP collaborative focus areas from building on past discussions. Many of you have contributed took part of the VM2. I apologize, I wasn't able to do it, but I've watched a few of them, and it's really good information to share that we move forward with. Outcome number 2, we're looking to identify and to take and develop sequencing and approaches for remaining focus areas to begin to create a roadmap. And lastly, align on process for developing the 2023 DRIP Collaborative Annual Report. And so real quickly, we'll go through the agenda. Doing the welcoming remarks now, we'll go through some introductions, brief introductions. We'll discuss and refine priority focus areas, 2 focus areas before lunch. We'll have lunch at noon, and we're looking to continue to build our relationship. So hopefully there's lively discussion while we eat. And then after lunch, we'll do one more refinement of priority focus areas. After that, we'll start doing sequencing of remaining focus areas for inclusion in the DRIP roadmap. And after that, we'll take a 15-minute break at 3 p.m. And then there'll be a brief presentation on the annual report outline, just to inform you of that process. And then we'll go through public comment and informational items. And then we'll wrap up with action item review and closing comments. Can I get any questions from anyone on the agenda? No. Perfect. All right. With that, I'll hand off to Sam. Thank you.
All right. Thank you all again for joining today. We just want to do a very quick round of introductions for everybody seated around the table before we jump into an overview of the DRIP roadmap that Glenn is going to provide. One other logistical thing that I forgot to note, if you need to use Wi-Fi throughout the day, go ahead and search for the SACLink network and select guest login on the window that should pop up automatically. All you have to do is provide your email in the space provided. I would note that you have to do that every 4 hours. We're not here for quite 8, so hopefully you don't need it more than once. But with that, let's go around the table and do a very quick round of introductions. I know in the past you shared a lot of background on what's bringing you to the table here today. Because we have a pretty packed agenda, we're hoping that we can just hear your name and organization. I will also note that one of our DRIP members is joining online who unfortunately has COVID, but very glad that Catherine Freeman is able to join us online as well. So again, I'm Sam McGill with Sacramento State University and looking forward to getting to know all of you. Why don't we go ahead and start with Brent. Wonderful. And I believe we're also joined by a few members of the public or additional folks seated in the back, if you wouldn't mind. Wonderful. Excellent. Thank you so much for joining. I would note that there's a sign-in sheet that will be passed around throughout the day. We'll also have it on the back table during lunch. Really, the best way that we can keep track of everybody who's here for any follow-up is for you to make sure to sign in. So I would really encourage everybody to do that throughout the day. And sorry to put you on the spot. We're just doing a quick round of introductions. If you wouldn't mind letting us know who you are.
Tim Worley, alternate for Dave McAlco, here representing Calhoun.
Wonderful. Thanks so much for joining, Tim. All right. With that, let me just check in with Glenn and Claire and Julie and Anthony. Anything else, logistics that you want to run through? Okay, let's go ahead and get started.
Okay. Good morning, everyone. When I was driving in this morning, sometimes, well, for those old enough to know mixtapes, you like listen to music and you try to get really pumped up. So this morning I listened to the July 20th comments from you all, both the opening and closing comments. So if I seem extra jazz, it's because of what you've said in the past. Today really matters. And in particular, more than any other meeting, it matters because what we're doing today is trying to figure out, what does DRIP do exactly? And one of the closing comment themes that we heard loud and clear on July 20th is clarity and actions. And along a spectrum, some of you felt like we had pretty good clarity, and some of you thought we didn't have that clarity. And a number of you said, well, we really need to have more than 3 meetings a year, the triennial meetings. And so we got that feedback. We ran what are called virtual meetings, virtual meeting 1, virtual meeting 2. We'll talk about those today. That set up today's conversation. And so if we just hearken back to April 6th, we all came together. Some of us knew each other, many of us didn't. We were building relationships. On July 20th, we started with a laundry list, what we call the reference list of 100 ideas, and we ended the day with about 8 to 10, depending on how you count them. Today, we're really going to focus in the first part of this morning, and then right after in the afternoon, on the 3 focus areas that were the topic of these virtual meeting 2s, what we're calling VM2s. And we know not everyone is able to join those optional meetings. The materials in front of you will help catch you up to all of that. And so I just want to say up front, this meeting really matters. We're so thankful you are here. We understand how precious your time is, and this group can accomplish a lot. It really is true that by definition, you represent almost 26 different perspectives, but as I think Anna Neymar, Cali PA said in the first meeting, it's all puzzle pieces. It's all about how do those puzzle pieces fit together. I'm convinced some of you are edge pieces, some of you are the center pieces, some of you are other pieces in the corner, and every piece is essential. And so we're going to do our best to get everyone's voice in the room for today. I might call on people if people aren't saying quite enough, but we want to get all those voices in for today. Okay. So one thing I just want to orient around is this concept of a roadmap, and we talked about it before, and it really is an action plan. What are we going to do together? And as we look at the end of this year and look toward, the next year and the year after that, I just wanted to remind us that your words, always in quotes, sometimes attributed, sometimes not. The first 1 to 2 years is about getting ready to do action. And we'll talk about that in a second. And then in years 3 and 5, it's about real implementation and execution. And when we broke that down, we talked, again, another slide we saw from July 20th, that this is really this foundation building. And then we're moving to building muscle. And so the long-term perspective here is we wanted to be thoughtful of how we set this up so that way we can make really great progress in year 2. And that's what we're looking at. End of year 1, looking toward year 2, a real focus on 2024. Okay. Okay, yeah.
So as Glenn mentioned, it's really critical at this point in the process that everyone's kind of clear on what the overall purpose is and where we're headed as a group. So we wanted to pause. This isn't one of the main agenda items, but we wanted to pause here. And if you wouldn't mind going back to the last slide, just wanted to make sure that everybody has shared clarity and understanding of where we are now, where we're going, and what's kind of expected in the long run out of this group. Because as you all know who work in water, it's extraordinarily complicated. And making sure that we're on solid footing right here out of the gate is the best way to do that. So we didn't want to have an exhaustive conversation about it. But at the end of the day, we'd love to hear from DRIP members whether or not the purpose and roadmap is clear to all of you right now. And if it's not, what can we provide you some more information on? Certainly encourage DRIP members to jump in if you do have any questions or comments. Like I said, don't need to spend a lot of time on it, but just wanted to confirm with all of you before we get too far into the agenda. So I'll go ahead and pause here. I can run a microphone to everybody. Again, I would ask that people use the mic as you're speaking, and we'll pause here for just a couple of minutes.
So as.
Is it on?
What is? Yeah.
Representative as well. I really looked at SB 552 with respect to the mandate of the law. Because I think that some of the conversations have been misleading with regard to uses of words like can, could, must. Everything is mandated in the law. And the section that I'm focusing on, and I think there was a public comment from another member in the domestic well community, is section 10609.70, where it says a county shall establish a standing county drought and water shortage task force to facilitate drought and water shortage preparedness for small waters, et cetera, and shall invite representatives from the state and other local governmental agencies, including groundwater sustainability agencies, community-based organizations, local water suppliers, and local participants to participate in the task force. So I think it should be very, very clear that this is a mandate. Furthermore, in looking up standing committees in the Brown Act, they are subject to the Brown Act. Public meetings are required. 72-hour notice of the public meetings are required. And so I think that we all should understand that this is not something that the county does by itself and presents a program to the water users that we're trying to serve in this task force. They are saying, the law is saying that all of us participate in the process. This shouldn't be a surprise plan that sprung on people a couple years down the road, because I'll tell you, in the domestic well community, there is a lot of anti-government sentiment. Yep. And I think the way to get over that is by involving them, not to present a program at the end. Thank you. Could you state your name in the microphone? So I am Suzanne Pecci. I'm a domestic well owner in the South American Subbasin. We are currently forming an advisory group in our subbasin.
Okay, thank you, Suzanne. Let me look to our colleagues at DWR to see if you had anything you wanted to add on to Suzanne's comment. We're certainly capturing everything, and we'll take a very deep look at it after the meeting as well. All right, I believe I saw another hand up over here. No. Yep, Anthony.
Anthony Novacero, DWR. Suzanne, I think you pretty much hit everything there. I don't think there's anything that I see different, but I did want to make a statement too. As Glenn had mentioned, we're all these pieces to this puzzle, and we're all kind of different shapes of those pieces, right? If at any time you don't feel as comfortable, or we don't have as much time to engage with the group, please feel free to reach out to myself or Julie or any other, the DRIP development team, because we do want to hear from you. We do want to have that input, and we want to make those opportunities for everyone. So whether it's in this public forum, this meeting, whether it's during our VM meetings, or even just a call, feel free, please. Doors open, ears are open. The mind's still there, but it's not empty. But anyway, we look forward to engaging with you more. Thank you.
Great, thanks, Anthony. Any other questions or comments on overall DRIP purpose and the roadmap? Yeah, Sierra.
Hi, thank you. Sierra Ryan, County of Santa Cruz. I I think my question, it might be it's actually more of a process question. I think we've achieved a lot in the last 2 sessions trying to understand what it is that we're doing here. And I know at the beginning of the last meeting, there was a lot of confusion about what we're doing. And I think it's a lot clearer. I think for me, the thing I'm still not entirely clear of is the how we're going to achieve this. And maybe that will be outlined today. But, here you say the roadmap is agreed on by all parties. And I'm kind of curious what that exactly looks like in a group of this size and diversity. Like, do we all have to, are we all 100% behind everything in it? Is it more nuanced than that? Is it more of a yeah, we all agree that generally this is the direction we're going and we all have our own pieces of it, or are we all aligned in one mission? So I think that's maybe a question that gets sorted out today or at subsequent meetings, but agreed on by all parties when all parties is this diverse is I understand a bit of a challenge. So that's all my comment.
Again, Anthony, I'm sorry, BWR. Sierra, thank you for those comments. I agree with you, it's hard to kind of corral various kittens and cats, right? There's a process. Those of you that are involved with other public processes, it takes time. Hopefully not as long as grant processes go. And you will get there. So there's a lot of trust that we're hoping that you're building with us, that we're getting to that. But I guess what I say is, and this predates me because I didn't want to start in February, but there was a charter that was developed and there was somewhere of governance decide on how the various kittens and cats are going to work together. And we're going to work through consensus, right? It's not going to be 100%, but I think and I feel strongly the power of this collaborative is because we're collaborative. So when we put an annual report, whatever's in those annual reports, once we have consensus, it's backed by the whole plan. So we are going to be disagreeing. We're not going to be 100% on the same page, but collaboratively we'll get there through consensus.
And to Anthony's point, I would just add, when we get to the discussion of the annual report, we'll just do a quick refresher on what the charter says and what the process is that was included in your welcome packet. So we won't lose track of it. We'll revisit it later in the afternoon, but it is in there. All right. Any additional questions, comments, concerns, anything you'd like to share with the group before we keep moving? All right. Let's go ahead and keep at it then. Thanks, Glenn.
Okay. Thanks, Sam.
Oh, and I'm sorry. I'm turning the microphones on and off in between speakers just so we don't run out of batteries. But so if you do need to speak, just go ahead and turn it back on.
Okay, I'll try it now. Okay.
Yes.
Nancy, Deputy Secretary from Water Department, National Resources Agency.
Yeah, we'll capture everything.
Sierra, there's a governance piece to what you just said, and there's a resource piece to what you said. And we won't be able to answer the resource question in entirety. I know that's come up a few times, but we'll try and address that too. Okay. So just to recap, we had April 6th, July 20th. We heard loud and clear from you that you wanted to make more progress in between the meetings. There were what we called the virtual meetings, which were optional meetings run by the staff to go deeper on the initial focus areas. We'll talk about those 3 in particular. We also generated a list of knowledge development topics. We'll talk about that as well. And so this is really to take those conversations, catch up everyone who perhaps was not able to attend the virtual meetings, and then really get to a level of detail that we feel comfortable, both on what we're calling a working problem statement, as well as the actions associated with that. So this next part of the conversation is really grounded on taking new ground on those 3 focus areas. Okay. So to do a quick recap, did you? Okay. For the virtual meeting 1, this occurred earlier, week of August 21st. About 80% of you all or someone from your organization were represented in those meetings. We had the exact same meeting 3 times. Its main outcome was these 3 focus areas. And so these are the 3 that we'll talk at length about today. I'll just caveat one thing on the public agenda. They were in a slightly different order, but so we're going to take it drought preparedness for domestic wells, drought relevant data, and then drought definition in the afternoon. So that's the order we're going in. It's a slightly different than the public agenda, but just so you know, we're going to start with domestic wells. I have a feeling domestic well conversation is going to be a very lively conversation. It's a topic that many of you care quite deeply about. Okay. So one thing I wanted to keep mentioning is, I think some people have said it's complicated. Well, it definitely is complicated. And one of the things that we were thinking about was, well, wait, aren't they all kind of related too? So if you think about the 3 topics we're about to talk about, domestic wells, the relevant data, and the net definition and narrative, we know that our work on drought preparedness, it really depends on what data and what data gaps exist. And how we prepare really needs to be communicated in that narrative, and it informs the definition. Likewise, the data will help provide indicators that allow us to track, are we being successful in our preparedness? It will also help track the impact of that. And as Janine Jones likes to say, drought is defined by its impacts. Likewise, this drought definition and narrative, well, of course, that narrative informs what indicators we should be using. And the drought definition narrative, that narrative of education really needs to help communicate what we decide on preparedness. So these things all relate. Some of these are stronger relationships, some are even causal relationships. We're not going to debate that necessarily today, but as we go through each of the 3 focus areas, let's just acknowledge that these are all related in some form or fashion. Any quick comments or questions on this? Hopefully this resonates with people. Each of these boxes, frankly, represents something we've heard one of you say throughout the last few months. Okay, great. Okay, so let's get into it. The definition of a focus area, in case the terminology isn't clear: ideas, opportunities, and aspirations to improve drought resiliency. Really, they're what are we going to do? And as you can imagine, each focus area is a little bit different. And some are truly aspirational, like build trust. It's a little bit hard to have actual actions that build trust. But so we really thought long and hard about these focus areas. And in those virtual meetings, that's really where we came to these 3 that we're going to talk about this morning and in the afternoon. Okay. Just to reinforce, these are the 2 objectives we're going after, part of the objectives for this meeting. Okay, a little bit of just tactics on how we're going to do this, because we have to be pretty efficient because your time is so precious. So in your handouts, you have recaps of the virtual meeting 2. Those are the documents. You also have what we're calling worksheets. And so those worksheets in particular have a huge section on the bottom, which are the notes. And depending on how we're doing on timing, if we don't have time to get everyone's comment live into the conversation, please, please, please write down notes and we will collect those. Rest assured, we will capture everything that's written down. It'll be part of what's made available to the public at the end. But we just want to make sure that we make real ground on these issues. And so if there's anything that we don't have time to capture, we're on a somewhat tight schedule, please put them in the notes in the worksheet. Okay. Are the instructions clear? We're about to go one more setup slide and then dive deep. Okay. So for each of the 3 focus areas, we're going to try and do it in 45 minutes. Now, that might be way, way ambitious. We'll see. We did take ground in the virtual meetings, but let's test it out and see how much ground we can take. The way we're structuring that 45 minutes, we're going to do a very quick recap. We want to make sure everyone is aware of what was discussed. We're going to invite additional comments from people. For example, if you were not in the meeting, we'd love to have people chime in to make sure we hear what you have to say as well. We're then going to spend just 5 minutes, hopefully, on getting to working problem statements. A proposal of the problem statement is in the document, so you can read and react to that. The bulk of the conversation, 25 minutes, is all about actions and next steps. And fortunately, we already have a list of possible actions that we could take. Again, those were surfaced in the virtual meetings. And then on the back end, just closing out each focus area before we move on to the next. Okay. I appreciate this is kind of really, really tight. And boy, wow, can anyone solve drought preparedness for domestic wells in 45 minutes? The answer is no. But we're going to take as much ground as we can and capture as much input as we can, and then circle back with you. Is the process clear? Okay. Yeah.
Quick question on the three focus areas identified.
Yeah. I don't know if it's my, maybe not beyond.
Hello?
Okay.
Hi, Anna Schiller with Environmental Defense Fund. Just quick question on process. I love these focus areas. I think they're a really meaty area for discussion. I'm curious if we are planning on circling back to some of the other focus areas identified in future meetings.
The short answer is yes. In fact, this afternoon.
Oh, excellent.
Yeah. We're Sam and Claire will lead a discussion on this because no, we don't want to leave any good idea behind. And part of what we're trying to balance is, I think these three focus areas are so meaty that they'll constitute possibly the bulk of the work for 2024, but maybe not. If there is a lot of energy from a few of you on additional topic, this afternoon is structured so you can suggest additional topics if it's not already there on the reference list. We even have a starter list of what we think might be the next 4, 5, and 6, but really that's up to you to decide. And that's today at 2 p.m. Okay. As always, think additive comments because we want to build and build and build, not necessarily repeat. Okay. Ideas to action. That's the mantra for today. Ideas to action. Okay, so I won't belabor this, but we had pretty good participation in the virtual meeting too. 3 separate meetings for those topics, about 40 to 60% participation in each one, but over the total, about 60+% of you all attended one of those meetings, if not multiple. Okay, let's start. Drought preparedness for domestic wells. What you'll see for each of the 3 focus areas are similar slides, similar structure. This is the time, if you were not in the virtual meeting too, start skimming that recap. It's quite okay to read while I'm talking, that's fine. A few quotes that we felt kind of epitomized some of the importance of this topic and some of the dynamics, some of the considerations. Within each focus area, there are what we call subtopics: responsibility, accountability, funding, financing, technical assistance, coordination, information flow. Some of these subtopics, like coordination information, really apply to a lot of things. They don't just apply for domestic wells. But where we felt it was so essential based on your input, we put subtopics within each focus area. Okay, so you have your handouts. I am now going to invite a couple folks. If you attended or participated in that virtual meeting too on this topic, drought preparedness for domestic wells, raise your hands. Okay. Any of you, I welcome comments now on what did you think about the virtual meeting? Oh, yeah, perfect. I think, did you?
Hi. Christine Massey with Community Water Center. I thought that the virtual meeting was helpful. I really appreciate us putting attention on this topic. I think it tends to be something that we generally agree is a problem, but few people want to touch it because it's difficult to address the needs of, so many different households. That's kind of like the inherent problem with domestic wells, right? Is that they are disconnected to one individual, and yet in some, they constitute a common vulnerability. So I think that it's helpful for us to divide out some of the different ways to think about it. If it's okay to add now, my overall comment, and where I think that we could adjust the direction a little bit is the problem statement currently doesn't reflect the opportunity to address the root causes of the water shortage issue, right? Especially as we adjust how we talk about drought. We discussed looking at it more in terms of shortage rather than in specific year having less precipitation. Then we can talk about that management of groundwater supplies and how the drip can help to make sure that those who need to be answerable and responsible for domestic well protections.
Great, thanks, Justine.
Okay, my response on the top there. But I will say, I mean, I think it's important for us to be able to sort of bucket things so that we know which pieces, we are going to be kind of bitten off in which way. I think it's important to, and that's sort of what on the worksheet done some of that, but we need to think about sort of emergency response and preparedness and then long-term planning. We need to think about within that, who has responsibility or not, or who should, and be able to weigh in on that. And then obviously, the funding that goes along with that, like what funding is available, what funding is needed. And how does all that work? And I think it's important for us to start off by laying those things out. And I think, in some level, maybe more detail in here, but
Sure.
laying those things out. So then we can say, and here's where the gaps are, here's what we can do, what we have currently, here's what we.
Perfect. Others who are on VM2 that want to, Suzanne?
So my on board, there was a lot of talk about dry wells going dry, and my comment is, I think it's a lot easier in some ways to deal with wells once they've gone dry, because you've got to get water to them, whether it's bottled water, community wells, or whatever it is. And I really feel that my role on this committee is to focus on resilience. I don't want all of the community well owners in my large area of wells to go dry. We're in a well-maintained basin. We're starting up a monitoring group of interested community members, and our focus is to maintain our wells. So, and talking about funding, maybe we need funding in order to get data that we don't have. A lot of well owners have no knowledge of their wells. When they buy a house, they don't get the well records. A lot of the records are in the county. And this has been a big focus in our area. How do we get the information we need to know where the shallowest wells are? A lot of us have our documents. We know our water levels. We monitor them. We're doing all of this, but this is a handful of people in a community of 1,000. Thank you.
Yeah. Thanks, Suzanne. Sierra?
So I had the mic from last time. I really liked the calls. I found, as particularly this call, I was nodding along with what everybody was saying almost the entire time. So I think in terms of the opportunities for real consensus and action, it's clearly there's a need there, and the people in the room and who are on the call are are going to, I think, be able to make a lot of progress. The one thing that I didn't see reflected here that we talked about some was the state small water systems that I also think we want to, if possible, include in this context, separating them from the larger public water systems and considering them as a piece of this domestic well response.
Great. That's a great call out. And what I appreciate about those 4 comments in particular is that they're testing the scope of this problem and what do we include and what don't we include. I think there's this challenge for us all to think holistically. Andrew so nicely summarized a lot of the subtopics, but as we think about how we solve this, I think defining the size of the problem is really quite important. For those who are not in the virtual meeting too, I welcome comments if you've had a chance to skim that document. Anything people would like to add? Otherwise, we're going to go to the problem statement, but I want to hear from you first.
We did have a request from folks online, if you could speak up into the microphone just a little bit, hold it a tiny bit closer to your mouth, that'd be great, and please introduce yourself and your speaker. Thanks so much.
Oh, we have a comment in the back.
So we are holding public comment at the end today. Okay. So if we could wait until then, that'd be wonderful. Cool. Thanks so much.
Okay. Any other comments? Oh, Brent?
Brent Hasty. I think this is incredibly important, but I also think that we are a really big state. And so in my county, at the ground level, Yuba County, in our agriculture areas, we have lots of water. And the reality is we don't have a problem with domestic wells. But our big problem is up in our foothills, where there's wells that are only getting 1 or 2 gallons. And I just don't want us to miss that we represent on drip from 8,000 feet to 250 below sea level. And so let's not forget that it's a big state with wide and varying degrees of the problems that we have.
Yeah, great. Thanks, Brent. Any other additions? Okay. So let's turn to, oh, sorry. I'm sorry, Tim, I didn't see your hand.
That's because I just put it up.
Oh, okay.
Tim Worley with Cal Mutuals. Sorry, I'm coming into this a little bit late and I did not make the virtual meetings, but it seems like just reading some of the comments and hearing some of the comments, one other aspect of this seems to be defining some responsibilities, like who's responsible for what and to what extent. What are those boundaries in addition to the boundaries of the problem itself?
Yeah. Thank you, Tim. It's this responsibility, accountability, liability, all the idioms that are relevant here are very much top of mind for folks. Okay. So what we're going to do is a short turn to your neighbor. So this is a summarized version of the problem statement. It should probably include state smalls. So pull that out and turn to your neighbor on your left. And if you do groups of 2 or 3, that's yeah, it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. Exactly. You can figure it out. Okay. Turn to any neighbor. Doesn't matter where they're at. And discuss, is this the essential problem statement? What would you tweak, add, modify to it? And then when we're done, let's hear a few comments from folks. So spend about 2 minutes doing that right now. Okay. We are looking.
You can wrap up your slides, your last comment here, and then one has it's not going Thank you.
how about previous stuff, and, you know, it's-
Okay. Okay. Okay, we're gonna go ahead and restart. So as Katie just said, you know, put your pencils down, number 2 pencils down, for those of us who remember number 2 pencils. Okay, so from your likely vibrant discussions, if you have things in particular you want added, just write them down on the bottom of the worksheet. And again, we'll collect that. For this group discussion, let's now open it up to additive critical comments to refine this problem statement.
Hi, Katie Ruby with California Urban Water Agencies. So one thing I actually wanted to go back to Sierra's comment that was on one of the earlier slides around, this is about existing and future wells. So preventing kind of future unsustainable development, I think, is a key piece. And also we talk about drought preparedness. I think adding and response to this would be helpful as well.
Great.
Maybe just to amplify that in our conversation, I think what came across to me was that from this statement, the action is not really emphasized as much, or it seems a little bit unclear.
Yeah,
at least.
yeah. And thank you, Tim. We try to parse the problem statement and the actions a little bit separate. We'll see that on the next page, but definitely, we want as clear of a working problem statement as possible. Other comments? Grace, oh, thank you.
So my colleague and I were talking about a couple things. I won't take his, I'll let him share his. What came up for me actually, and this is something we've done in other strategy sessions with local governments and their water planning efforts, is what are the impacts of not doing this? And I think it goes to Suzanne's point of, we have a lot of tools to address wells that have gone dry, but what are the tools to support communities that are working to prevent wells from going dry? And I think in our problem statement, to make it even more powerful, is to acknowledge that if we take no action or we take the wrong actions, we're going to see failures and massive impacts. So I think that we need to have some kind of acknowledgement of the potential impact of lack of action or inappropriate action.
I really love that. Thank you, Grace. Chris, did you have a comment? And then
We're a combo. I'll let Suzanne.
No.
We're in this
So
together.
we're a combo group, and I got back to.
Suzanne, you're looking the wrong side.
So I got back to the law, SB 552. You know, I've worked for regulatory agencies all of my life, and mandatory shall is shall. And I really think that this coordination, the counties implementing 552, is really requiring the county to include community groups and the public. It doesn't say that they choose who's on their committee. It says that they invite, and it shall. And I really think that this law needs to have some teeth in it. I mean, this is to me, it's a very important part that you include the public now in the beginning, not at the end.
yeah.
Thanks, Suzanne. I would just echo that. And I'm looking at that last sentence. And I know that a lot of work and thoughtfulness went into this. I would just say that, not to dilute or diminish the value of saying that it's basically, what I read from that last sentence, the problem statement, is it's complex and it affects lots of folks. You know, I think to Suzanne's point, yeah, that's true. And were SB 552 to be fully implemented across the state, 100% compliance at the county level, a lot of issues, not all of them, but a lot of issues would we be in a better place? A lot of domestic well users and others would be in a better place. And so might there be something that we could do to sharpen the problem statement's focus on, while SB 552 is new, that's relatively new, that's true, some sort of a policy statement or some sort of a problem statement based around, again, what Suzanne was talking about. Might there be a way to sharpen the focus of the current state law such that compliance were maybe more universally approached, approved, adopted?
Did you want to say
Sorry to jump in on that. Are you suggesting legislative, regulatory change, both, either?
Well, it's in the law, and I was looking, SB was it 389 just passed on water rights for the riparian right holders and appropriators of water. And so there was a law on the books, water law. So now they've added an enforcement element to that. 389 added that enforcement element. So maybe what we're looking at is an enforcement element. I mean, this is mandatory anyway. Do we have to do more than this? When it's mandatory, do you have to do more than what the law says? Because, you know.
Thanks, Suzanne. Okay, other comments? Otherwise, I want to turn us to actions. Oh, yeah, Alvar.
Hi, Alvaro Escriba, UCLA. I have a few comments and actually are mostly restating stuff that I like the proactive planning and response. It's not, the response is not clear here. Second thing on Grace's comment, I also agree. There's a need a stronger statement about the problems caused by dry wells. So it's vague. So this is, to me, it's like, you know, people are running out of water, and that has health consequences, has economic consequences, and especially, you know, you could even think about this. You know, most of this is on disadvantaged communities. So there's an equity side here too. The third side is actually reinforcing one comment that Brent made earlier, and it's about the diversity of the state. There's, you know, this is a complication. It's not easy. So there's a lot of different regions, a lot of different places in the state. So that's one of the problems. And the responses might be different in different places of the state. And that's all, I think.
Okay, so I'm going to turn us to actions at this point, unless there's any objections on the problem statements. Any further comments? Okay. So we're going to hopefully spend a good 15 plus minutes on this. This will be the bulk of the conversation. And what you see here, so responsibilities and accountability, funding and technical assistance, those were some of the subtopics we had mentioned before. And each of these bullet items are things that were ideas thrown out during the virtual meeting 2 or part of the discussions on July 20th. As you look at this list, you know, we already just heard a few things in particular that could be additions to this, but take a look at these lists, the bullet points, and of course, ask this question, are these the essential actions, right? We want to focus on response. We want to focus on, and the lens to apply here is, what should DRIP do in 2024, right? Think very tactically, think about what's coming up for this upcoming year, and we're going to take all of this input, process it, and help translate it into the roadmap. So in case it's not obvious, this is the goal. This is the point of you volunteer. What actions do you think DRIP should take? Okay. Any quick reactions to this? Let's just open it up. Any additions to this list, or perhaps if anyone wants to voice over some of the existing bullet points? Jason?
Sure. I think it'd be clear I'd speak about this one, but I don't think we should be considering ag well moratoriums, maybe new ag wells, but I wouldn't expect any of us in any of our realms to expect us to just stop development altogether. We wouldn't just say, let's not put any water in any stream. Let's make sure cities can't expand. I don't think it's necessarily fair to expect to just stop ag wells altogether. Now, maybe it's development of completely new properties, but I don't see why we would have that specifically laid out if we're not also talking about restricting other areas like city urban sprawl or even domestic well moratoriums as well then too.
Good comment, Jason.
So being a domestic well owner, I guess I have comments on all of these things. Suzanne said she. I would suggest.
Yeah, it doesn't.
So one of the comments that I made in the visioning group was really to look at domestic well water rights and to look at the number of people now that are being served by domestic wells. More and more ag res parcels are now becoming
additional homes, they're putting additional residents, multifamily. I talked about in my neighborhood that used to only have 2 to 4 people on a well. Now we could have 17 to 20. I mean, there's a house that put in a mobile home. There are 10 cars parked in front. And this is happening more and more in the rural area. It's no longer being areas from large parcels and people are on horses and that kind of thing. It's really become a housing area. I also went to a meeting and I understood, I sat next to somebody that lived on a 1 acre parcel that was on municipal water. And she was talking about her domestic well, which she was able to get permitted in order to water her lawn. And I thought, wow, you're on municipal water, and yet you have a domestic well, you're not being accounted for in our records, the records that we have. And I thought, so there are some things that we can look at with how domestic wells are being produced, or how those properties, and to look at the number of people on the well, look at the intent of it all when it's developed, and look at how it's changed and that populations are moving with the world area.
Thanks, Suzanne. Additional comments. Oh, and turn your tent over if you want to add a comment. That way I can track easier in case, yeah.
I think Justine has to be waters and hearing. I guess I wanted to just engage in this conversation about water uses and make sure that we keep in mind the context of the human right to water first and foremost as like a controlling limit on how we treat domestic wells and domestic water use. And it is an inherent difference between other water uses. I hear you on like, hey, let's not plan on eliminating every agricultural well, right? That's different. We can clarify that statement. But it doesn't make sense to treat domestic well users the same as agricultural users. One, because of the human right to water, and two, because the scale of the use is very, very different. And so we should account for that because there are different impacts on the demand and those different sorts of rights. And I think that applies to what you're saying as well. We can be sensitive to where use is developing. And we want to make sure that both the supplies are going to be to sustain the growth, but at the end of the day, we can't just tell people no, you can't have water, but that's the drastic.
Steve, close the mic.
So just one comment, I understand what you're saying, but I think that in adding a second residence to an ag-res parcel, you have the opportunity to perhaps to look at the water use. You have the opportunity to look at the depth of the well, where you could be collecting data. So it's not so much saying you can't use the well, but if you can use it as an opportunity to understand the well more, require that data be collected. We require that lot now is metered so that you start to form a system for collecting the data for domestic wells. That's, I think,
We'll just leave one next to Sierra.
So I just wanted to comment on the Bulletin 74 update for those here who might not be aware of what it is. It's the DWR's basically their well construction specs regulations. So all of the counties and cities that permit wells have to meet the Bulletin 74 standards. They can include other things, but they have to, that's sort of the floor is you have to meet Bulletin 74. Bulletin 74 is being updated right now, and currently the versions I've seen of the updates don't address this issue that we're talking about here about putting in wells, and it's not limited to domestics, it's all wells, but putting in wells in areas where there could be interference or in areas where there could be no water, where, do we really want to be allowing people to put in new wells in areas that we're already having to bail out because the wells are going dry? So if there was a way from the higher up at the state to do some sort of umbrella included in their Bulletin 74 updates, it would sort of across the board bring some standardization to some of the considerations that this group is dealing with. So that's what that is and why it's on there. I think it's a great idea to include.
I think going off of that too, absolutely with the human right to water, I was referring more to expanding, new houses that are built out in the country, and now you have a new well in the ground as well. To Suzanne's point, I mean, for most people in domestic wells, myself included, it's not metered. It's not like if you live in the city. I mean, you can use as much water as you want. I don't pay anything for that well. There's no fee in the water district that I'm in at all. So I could keep it on constantly without any kind of repercussion. So that's an area that comes into play too when you're dealing with a lot of tight-knit areas with domestic water users, as I'm sure you experience as well. I'm just kind of curious who here is on a domestic well too. Just I would be curious if, I don't know if we could just do like raise hands, just to kind of be curious who's experienced it. Few people. Yeah, four of us. Yeah. Fine. So, and I don't know how it is in your own water districts as well, but sometimes it's just even a flat annual fee. I know in the district my parents are in, it's maybe it's $20 a year or something like that. But again, no restrictions there. So as we're looking at some of these issues as well, I don't want to get too far off the topic. I know we jumped in with the moratorium on expansion, but the last thing I'd say that happened when you're considering some kinds of moratoriums like this is the nuance behind it. Back in March, when there was the ag well moratorium, then the process that went into place, in some counties, in some areas, mine included, they interpreted it as also, well, not even replacement wells. So you have issues where people have perennial crops, their wells gone dry, or they need to put in a different area, they need to deepen it, and weren't able to do that. And then some of them lost everything because of that. So we want to really think about how some of these things are implemented as well. A moratorium on ag, domestic wells, et cetera, for new growth, that's not affecting anything that's happening because it's nothing that's been created yet. For replacement ones, now you're actually affecting someone's life there in their livelihood.
Alvar?
Hi, it's working. So on the funding and technical assistance, I was thinking that one thing that I'm missing here, I think I'm pretty sure that this is under SB 552 on the county task force and all that, but data needs and identifying vulnerabilities. So when we get into a new drought, where we can see, so we have done some analysis at Central Valley scale, what was quite, excuse me, it was quite broad. And even though we got some good results, for example, we did a kind of a forecasting in 2021 about the 2021-22 drought, and we got about 2,000 wells going dry in 2 years. We were wrong in the places that they were going, but what I mean with that is that if you actually go in finer detail analysis, we have enough data today to see where you can have hotspots, where are many wells that are maybe 30 feet below the groundwater level. So you can already see, okay, these wells are likely to go dry in the next drought.
Great. Oh, okay.
I promise this is actually a new idea now. So another idea would be if we can maybe look into or recommendations on some kind of statewide program that domestic well users can pay into, where then that there's a grant funding available if they pay into it in order to dig a new well, if that's needed. Because we're talking a lot about resiliency, trying to prepare for that, looking towards delivery of water in the interim while they do it. But eventually you have to dig a new well where you're at, and you have to get water there. You can't continuously rely on delivered water forever. And that expense is great. That's a huge expense for someone just to come out of nowhere and suddenly it's $15,000-$20,000. You have to dig a new well. So if we can look into recommendations on some kind of program that you can pay into as well, and the state supports as well to help those people eventually dig that new well, I think would be important.
Okay. I'm going to go to Anna next. Just a reminder, on your worksheets, please fill those out as you're hearing all these comments. If you have thoughts, we're going to collect those at the end, and it'll be a very good way to be effective. So we're going to go Anna, and then Justine, did you want to? Okay. And then I'm going to segue us to a slightly different question.
Great. Anna Schiller with Environmental Defense Fund. Nancy and I were talking a bit about the need for something similar to what Jason proposed, but perhaps in the private sector. So if maybe private insurance companies could play a role in helping with well mitigation in vulnerable areas. Obviously, it's going to be really challenging for a private insurer to make that, math out. But I know California is really grappling with insurance in several kind of climate related realms. So perhaps considering well failure as a area of exploration as we're looking into wildfire and other types of private insurance and potentially private public hybrids could be an interesting kind of mechanism there.
Okay, great.
Community Water Center. I work a lot on sustainable groundwater management, and what we've heard from the oversight agencies of the State Water Board is that because the local groundwater sustainability agencies, the GSAs, are making decisions about how much water is being pumped out and therefore how low groundwater will drop, and therefore how many wells will go dry, they are the ones responsible then for paying for when those wells go dry. And I think that that's appropriate, right? We're keeping the responsibility tied in with the people who have the decision-making power. So while I appreciate the instinct from both of you about making sure that there's funding available, that mechanism has already been outlined, and GSAs are catching up to that expectation. There are a lot of different discussions about funding mitigation. I know at least one has recently improved fees in order to fund that. So I think we need to make sure that we keep in mind what are the things that are out of our control, like how much rain comes in a given year, versus the things that are in our control, such as how much water we pull out of the ground in a given year.
Okay, we're gonna go Brent and then Nancy.
Yeah, right. Okay, great. Two quick things. One, well metering on domestic wells can be potentially dangerous to impact on the state. To have government interference, and they had this their whole time. This is one of their freedom calls. I just let you know that that's not something I'm doing. That was speaking from. And then second, Jason, you are 100% wrong. I literally pay a ton of money to get my water, and I write a check to PG&E every month. And so I have well repairs doing one right now. I'm just saying, don't say to people, it's free. I can use all I want because I'm paying a huge power. It is not free water, and we need to act like it's not free water, not that it's just free. It's my water. Bad thing to have out there.
Nancy Vogel, I just wanted to respond to Justine's comment. What Anna and I were talking about in terms of insurance, we think would apply best in the foothills where you always have had wells go dry because it's the geology that's affecting the supplies and not, ag wells that are pumping so much that domestic wells are going dry. Just wanted to make that point.
Okay.
Where insurance might actually be an option.
I can see Sierra. She's just itching to have that mic back.
Yeah, I want to build on that comment about the role of the GSA. I think as we get into actions on this item needs to be included because it is not the same. The Central Valley is a completely different beast than the rest of the state. In terms of where we see groundwater struggles, it's not within our GSAs, it's within the mountains. And we're not in the foothills, but it's the same, it's fractured rock. That's the problem. And also GSAs don't currently have any oversight over domestic well permitting in any way, shape, or form. They're not required to, or even invited to comment on them in most cases. So there's a disconnect there, but between making GSAs liable across the board for domestic well mitigation, if the cause is due to overpumping through things that the GSA has authority over, then yes, that is true, but it's not the only, it's bigger than that. So I think we're all on the same page, but I wanted to make sure that that's articulated.
I'm going to move us along, and I noticed the two, but hopefully let me frame up a question, and maybe you guys have an immediate question. or a comment. So when you look at this list, on one hand, I say, wow, that's a lot. That's a lot to get done. On the other hand, I think, well, maybe everything on that list is required. And to get to the kind of impact that we want to have on this topic, the list should be long. So the question I have, or Suzanne or Tammy, right? Is that list the right list in totality? Will that have the kind of impact that I think the level of ambition of DRIP, will it have the impact that we want? If you want to.
Tammy McVeigh, Self Help Enterprises. I want to say yes, but also no, and that's a horrible answer. I'm going to run for legislation soon. I think that what we're really missing is the key component, and that is the empowerment of domestic well owners, right? So that education and empowerment really needs to be part of the accountability. And how do we hold them accountable? We need to take the time to be sensitive to their needs and provide them the education as a well owner, because here we have two folks who own wells who said, I disagree. I pay a lot for it. One who says, but but there really is, especially in the San Joaquin Valley, we see a lot of lack of education around domestic well ownership, and these aren't regulated wells. So what we've done with some of our programs is we offer the opportunity to educate them as we go along, and we put monitoring devices in the new wells that we drill. So that way they get that information at their home. We also house the information, but they're housing it. So that empowers them to be more resilient, but we can't talk about resiliency until we talk about recovery. So we have to get them to a point of recovering from their dry well to a place where it's no longer dry, and probably not using drought as the key term, because lack of access to water is lack of access to water, and not pinpointing it to one disaster, natural disaster or the other, man-made, natural, whatever you want to call it.
Yeah.
Those are all my comments.
Those are really terrific, Tammy. Thank you.
Obviously, there are a lot that this group can tackle, but one of the things that I want to mention is that we don't need to ignore one area or another. We can but prioritize them based on the impact that they can have. So if we think that the scope of the group should be broad, then probably we can say these are the things that we think that could be most impactful. Let's focus on them and then prioritize the rest after that. So it's not just we're not doing it, but I don't think that we can do everything at once.
Yeah, great.
Yeah.
Sure. Yeah.
Move forward. Sure, people get hungry and we start heading towards lunch. So
Okay. Did you want to offer one last comment?
I wrote it down.
Okay, good. Okay.
Yes, thank you, Andrew. Great.
Yes. And let's do the same thing for this, because I think we do want to move on to the next topic. So the simple question that we're teeing up here, so put this in your little worksheet as well, is, so we're here, we're going to have the annual report. We'll talk a little bit about that this afternoon. And then the question of April, July, and October, the next 3 group meetings, what do we want to talk about in April on drought preparedness for domestic wells? Like, it's part, what would you want to be the agenda item for that DRIP meeting, but it's also what milestones or accomplishments or tasks do we want to have complete by April? And so as you think about that list on the prior slide, feel free to circle things that you think are particularly important, maybe your top 2 or 3 things. Does anyone have a quick, immediate reaction to, by golly, April, we really need to do, Andrew, perfect.
And this is sort of part of what I've written down here, but I think in April, we need to know kind of the lay of the land, right? So like what funding and authorities currently exist and what data exists. I mean, those are I think the categories that, you know, that I've been hearing. So what do we have? Right. And we're going to talk a little bit at the end about some of the, the well data that the state has. So what do we have? And then I think from there, move on to what do we need? What are the gaps? And I think we'll see pretty quickly. I mean, we've all been talking about the gaps are huge.
Yeah.
Right. And so and then move on like through, like, how do we fill those gaps in data, gaps in authority, gaps in funding?
Yeah.
And what does that mean? So, I mean, that's what I would think.
Yeah, to build on that, I had written down, so we have map responsibilities and accountability, and then I wrote and identify gaps and ways to fill them. So I think just like doing that mapping, and then we can see where those are to focus on what next steps are.
Okay, great. And just a friendly reminder, say your name and organization when you're talking. I think we have over 50 people on the Zoom, so we'll go Suzanne and then Christine.
I'm Suzanne Pecci, domestic well owner from the South American Subbasin. So I agree, we need to fill the gaps, but I think we need to find creative ways of filling the gaps. One of the things that I mentioned was putting a monitor on us on when the second residence goes on, not with respect to saying you can't have the water, but with respect to collecting data, having the ability then to start collecting data on well levels and well depths would be very important to adding a second resident to a domestic well that's existing if you don't have the data. Finding ways that make well owners responsible for collecting their own data. I'd suggested when you sell your home that you provide the data. If you don't have a well log, then you provide that data to the new buyer. And I know that's very unpopular with California real estate agents, but I mean, we have to find ways and create laws that can be implemented to fill the data.
Okay. So these are all very important comments. Again, let's fixate on what do we want to talk about in April?
I'm on my same trip here about connecting things to this active process under SGMA. But I think that is one of the places that we could focus by April. It's really timely. And we could weigh in even just voicing support for the finalization of those mitigation programs. That can still be respecting local management. We don't have to say exactly what goes in it, but just how important that is, how key it is to having a comprehensive drought response in the state. And that would be in time for the first scheduled probationary hearing. So it may even be information that GSAs might want or need to hear at that time.
Okay, great. Okay. Last call, and we're going to end the discussion here, collect the sheets. Are we doing that at the end, maybe? Okay, we'll do it at the end. Okay. Last call for comments, and otherwise we're going to move to the next focus area, which is drought relevant data. Thank you all for just such a vibrant conversation. I love people representing the different vantage points. Okay.
I think one important, thing, if we are in April, and one thing that I would like to know about drought on dry wells, and first is, how do we know that we are in drought situation? What's drought?
Drought definition.
I mean,
that's after lunch.
So what's the data that tells us that we're in that situation? And then the second part, all the data pieces that I mentioned earlier, but also if we are in that drought situation, I think that were mentioned earlier, the drought response, who is responsible for that?
Okay, great. Okay, in the sake of time, I'm not going to really voice over this, but really after this meeting, as we summarize all the discussion, all the worksheet comments, we're really looking for progress between now and April. And as we think about what the April agenda item will be, we're really thinking about engaging you all through virtual meetings again to go deeper and deeper. Does that, raise your hand if you're good with that? Just, okay. Well, a lot of nodding heads. Thank you. Perfect. Okay. So that's the way we're thinking about working, because between now and December, we're working on the annual report. Again, we'll talk about that this afternoon, but then January, February, March, we really want to dive even deeper on these specific actions that people are suggesting. Okay. Yeah. So Anthony and then Chris.
For clarity, exactly. That wasn't an approval of over direction. We're just agreeing to the process that we made.
Thank you.
Hey, Chris Trinnell, DWR. So if we could actually go back a couple slides to the one, Glenn, where you were asking our thoughts on whether we captured it all. So just a suggestion as we move to more detailed VM subgroup conversations, that I'm looking at that last box there, map funding and technical assistance for key players. There's language like secure upfront funding for technical assistance providers. That would be great. But it turns out from a state agency's perspective that goes through the annual budget process, which is a difficult one. Lots of different conversations. It takes a lot for the administration to come up with an idea and then move it successfully into the legislative forum. Big process, lots of ideas get put on the table, few move forward. What would be most helpful, absent state law that requires us to do something, which is the best way for us to make a budget argument to help to then do that work, right? The legislature is asking us to do something, they're actually directing us to do something. That's the easiest reason why we should receive more funding. And that in the absence of a clear legislative direction, it is really helpful for a group like this to put down, here is a problem, kind of gets back to the problem statement and the importance of that, and probably fleshing that out even more. And were funds to be provided in such a way, these types of public benefits could be achieved. So instead of saying things like, hey, let's secure upfront funding, yeah, that's great. We all want that. But if this group can actually articulate it in a way that sets us up as state agencies for making an argument to the powers that be internally to the state administration, that's really, really helpful. So I think that the kind of the framing and the tone and the approach and the language on these recommendations and actions, as we're calling them, is super important. So happy to work more on that, but I want the product of this group, whether it's in the annual report or in other kind of offshoot products, to be as effective as possible. And that's a really important one.
Okay, really great comments. I'm going to move us along unless there's an objection. Is it okay, Suzanne? Do you have something really, really quick?
But we had talked in previous meetings about the responsibility of the county as the permitting agency for domestic wells for wells. And so I was reading through some of the plans that have been approved in some of the various counties, and Sonoma County has a program where when they put a second home in, they require and so that's at the county level. They have done that. So I'm thinking that if we can look at the various counties, looking at their permitting process and their regulations. Our county just passed the ordinance that the wells have to be dug deeper. They were able to do that on their own without legislation. So I'm thinking counties are responsible for the permitting, put funding at the county level in order to develop some of these programs.
Okay. Everyone take a deep breath. We made it through. This is a little bit longer than we had hoped, but we were pretty efficient. And I really appreciate all the great comments. I particularly appreciate a lot of the back and forth. That was terrific. That's why we picked you all, because you represent such different points of view and important points of view. Okay, so this is focus area 2, drought relevant data. Did that process work okay for folks as we move to the second one here? Okay, so we're going to follow the exact same process. We're going to try and do this in about 30 minutes. I know the lunch is incredibly important. In fact, a huge part of the relationship building happens during that lunch, so we're not going to cut it short. Okay, so drought relevant data, same process. You have a handout. It recaps the 90-minute virtual meeting 2 that we had on drought relevant data. A few pertinent quotes up here from Nancy, Emily, and from Justine. Likewise, there were 4 specific subtopics that were identified: regional and sector-specific drought indicators, coordination, data sharing, user access to water drought data, data collection, and everything that goes with it, in particular for better decision-making, and the climate change data projections. You know, this is the seasonal, sub-seasonal that Janine Jones is quite passionate about. So this obviously, again, connects to the conversation we just had. Drought preparedness for domestic wells. Data is a huge part of it. For those who were in this drought relevant data virtual meeting 2, raise your hands. Okay, a number of folks. Who would like to add a quick voiceover to what they thought about that virtual meeting too, building on what's on the page? Okay, Suzanne.
I pay a lot of attention. I go to a lot of meetings. I made a connection between the shallow wells and the environment and the concern of the water levels with respect to stream flow and shallow well water levels. There is that connection.
Yeah. Other thoughts, reactions to for those who were in the virtual meeting too, for drought relevant data? Okay, Tammy.
Tammy McVeigh, Self-Help Enterprises. I would say the overall reaction or the reaction for me was everybody feels the same way. We need to have one source of data, one location to go, good data, reliable data. And I think we're all in the same boat with no water. We want to know, how we can find it. And the best source to go to, because there's so many different sources of data and it never seems to be reliable. One seems to conflict with the other. So I would say my takeaway was we're all on the same page.
Yeah. Thank you, Tammy.
Laura Ramos, the California Water Institute at Fresno State. I think in addition to reliable data, accessible data, I know that DWR is working on the susceptibility tool and it has great information. And I know they have plans to improve it to make it more accessible, but there's a lot of people that don't understand GIS or have a big enough bandwidth to be able to access some of this information. So just continuously improving it to make it easier for the general public to understand and be able to use.
Yeah. Thanks, Laura.
Hi, Katie Ruby with California Urban Water Agencies. I think something we talked about in this virtual meeting was that there is also a lot of good data, but it isn't necessarily accessible or clear where that information is or what are the assumptions around it or how it's to be used. So that was a piece of it, like not necessarily just focusing on where there are gaps, but where there is good data, how do we summarize that and make that available in a way that's transparent? And also how do we, partner with or align with the other efforts underway, like the data collaborative or the data consortium, and not try to recreate the wheel for what's already being done.
Yeah. Thanks, Katie. Yeah. And just so the terminology is clear, there's the California Data Collaborative and the California Water Data Consortium. They're two separate groups, slightly different missions, but as you can imagine, they're very active in this space. Alvar, did you want to say anything? Because I know you were one of our subject matter experts.
No, I don't have much to comment. I think that they were interesting meetings and we had a lot of different people working on many different areas of expertise and
Did you want to say anything about the drought indicators?
So one thing that was, I think that the discussion for later, maybe it's, there's here two topics, at least in my brain. One thing is if we call drought relevant data, there's drought relevant data for many different areas, right? We could think about the dry wells, we could think about environmental flows, many, when cities are in drought. Depending on their supply portfolio, there's many different things that you could think about drought relevant data. Thinking about the definition of drought, and maybe that's related to the drought indicators. I think that one thing that I'm working on, it's, try to inform, policymakers, but also the public on when we are in drought conditions in different places of the state. And that's, I think that that's the drought indicators to me, and it will be really, policymakers, at least in the past, I think, they are informed by the DWR, but it looks ad hoc when they declare a drought emergency. And it's not the same for the whole state. So it would be really cool if we could get to something on, okay, we're in drought here and in this sector because the data says that. So that informs clearly the policymakers what they have to do, or at least, how we need funding and what might happen.
Yeah, great. Oh.
Katie Ruby, California Urban Water Agencies. I just remembered something else we talked about too, which is as we improve accessibility of data, making sure we're preventing misuse of that information or being aware of how it might be used. And so including, caveats and assumptions as appropriate around data usage.
Great. Okay, for those who are not in the virtual meeting too, just reactions if you've maybe had now a chance to skim that document and hear some of these comments.
Grace Person with Civic Well, representing technical assistance providers. I really like this idea that we are uplifting or identifying, directing people to more reliable data sources. Quick comment, the two that we mentioned, the consortium, the data consortium and the clearinghouse. Who named those?
Yeah.
Like really? Come on, guys. Anyway, the point is sorry, Andrew. I don't mean to call you out, but come on. Anyway, just a thought. Like I really appreciate that comment, that idea of like, let's uplift the ones that are doing a better job. And something that I saw in the notes was this point around identifying what are the best practices or what are reliable data metrics, and pointing out the opportunities to nudge and or drive at ground level efforts to get monitoring in, even in areas where there will be high degree of resistance, because at some point, those are the communities that are going to be knocking on our doors for funding for well replacement.
Yeah. Looks like you, Anna.
Hi, Anna Schiller, Environmental Defense Fund. Yeah, I just want to add, and thinking about the problem statement, I think we're on a really good path here. Would definitely want to add in, though, that California has a network of monitoring infrastructure that has been somewhat underinvested in historically. And as a result, we have the quality of our water data isn't quite where it should be. And that's going to be really important, not only in understanding when we are in a drought and for tracking those drought indicators, but also for just ongoing management in the spirit of adapting to our changing climate, and understanding that this is kind of a living within our new climate reality will require much more precise management activities. So would just encourage us also to be thinking about investment in the not always exciting area of operation and maintenance of our existing monitoring infrastructure network. It's going to be really important thinking about things like stream gauges in our SIMIS network that have been somewhat neglected.
Yeah, there's a lot of work on SB 19, a lot of other work with the State Water Board on Upward. So, okay, Brent.
Yeah. How we locally impact. So they have to believe that we're giving them the data that you're using is going to impact them, and not run the state all in one. So I think that localization of the drought impact is super important for us to gain the trust of communities around the state.
Yeah, this subsector, sub-regional dimensionality, where's the water coming from, not just groundwater. There's so many different angles to this that are so important. Okay, so this is the point where you turn to your neighbor in either direction. Oh, okay.
Jason Colombini, representing agriculture. I'm sure someone here can probably is more knowledgeable on this than I, unfortunately I wasn't able to make it to the virtual meeting for this one, but is the USDA drought monitor not also a good one? That's the only one that I ever look at. So I didn't know if that's something that's, I hear some laughs. So I don't know if I should have said that, but
those are not laughs of confidence.
Okay.
Yes.
That's just what we use. So is that not a good measurement, or is not an accurate way to do it now?
Nancy, do you want a 30-second?
Sorry.
Don't slam the no, folks. But
I wish Janine Jones were here. She would unleash on you.
She'll be here this afternoon.
It is not a great it's not a great tool for California. So
DWR went out and invented, with a huge amount of work from Janine Jones, its own California Water Watch, which is far more specific to California and I think far more useful. And it's constantly being refined. So check it out, California Water Watch. Ignore the US Drought Monitor.
Okay, so 2 minutes, turn to a neighbor anywhere and discuss this problem statement, and we'll come back and talk for maybe 3 minutes on how to refine it. Yeah, I always think that metrics are actually somewhat even more important than data because you want to link those metrics to the decisions that people are making, the actions we can take. Katie?
Yeah, Katie, we're going to talk about it. So the build on Nancy's comment, I think, there are examples like the Waterford contingency plans, I think are a good example of, urban agencies who do the urban water management process have in their plans, what are the different triggers for shortage of actions and kind of the data that informs those decisions. And so I think to have information like that at a state level too, like what are the different data that we use to inform different state actions to kind of inform, the local agencies that are impacted by that.
Great. Tim?
Worley with Cal Mutuals. The bullet point on education programs on what is available, how to collect the data, how it can be used at the local level is also missing an element, and I think it goes to what a couple of previous comments about educating why this data will help somebody at their, if they provide it, what's in it for them, kind of, and make sure that it's not going to be used against them. That trust element is so crucial.
Yeah, very good point, Tim.
This means our community water center. Just to build off some of the earlier comments, I think it may be captured in the statement and these focus points, but I just wanted to make sure to say it's also about like how fine-grained you look at the data, right? Because if, for example, we say all residential use as a sector specific metric, that's probably not going to cover the vulnerable rural domestic wells that I work with. Yeah, knowing like how widely are we averaging data versus getting at vulnerabilities and being able to address those.
Yeah, that's a really important comment. It links to some of the other comments on metrics and spatial temporal, and are we informing the right decisions? We need to apply this screen toward who the beneficiaries.
One of the things that we talked about in our little group was that this is almost, it's pretty vague, which kind of makes sense because it's a huge topic. But one thing that might help us in terms of guiding our next steps in GRIP is to maybe parse out some key sectors that we want to focus on and who are the audiences for the data in those sectors. And that might help us a little bit. It's everything right now, all water data, it's too much stuff. We kind of figure out what our focus areas are and how we can, I think that would help us guide in conversations about digging in a little more about what data specifically, are we talking individual domestic wells, or are we talking about final calls? Like it's so right.
Yeah. Yeah, I think this is the challenge because it's the scope that we're talking about, and we want to add flood, we want to add all the climate extremes, but the more we add to it, the larger it becomes, the less what I call specific and actionable it becomes.
So you stole my comment. No, I want to reinforce it, and I've been working on a project like thinking about this for 3 years now, and I think that if we stay at the kind of these 30,000 feet, look at data, it's really vague on what we want to do. So I think it would help a lot here defining what are the points that we want to address. And at least there's 4 clear problems, 4 sectors. What happens with small communities and dry wells, what happens with cities and conservation and policy action, what happens with the environment and the data Nancy was mentioning, and what happens with agriculture.
Yeah.
These are the clear 4 sectors that we could add limited, irrigated, or pasture. That it's also a problem in some parts of the state. But what are the data needs for each of these ones? I think that it's important to think on that's on more specific problem.
Yeah. Oh, and real quick, if you haven't seen the virtual meeting too on drought relevant data, Alvar describes some of the work he's doing, which is actually really great context.
I might be jumping. Like an informational thing, if the team workshops might be helpful to have a little briefing on the data construction, like the data collaborative efforts too, just so we're all aware.
I really like that. I had a call with Tara Moran yesterday for that exact point. And the consortium and the collaborative are doing a fair amount of work here, in particular on scenario planning. And so we'll probably schedule that as part of knowledge development for the DRIP. Okay, so in the 5 minutes we have left, the question now at hand is, what do we talk about in April? What do we want to get done between now and April as it relates to drought relevant data? And maybe to the comments here, we need to choose a few things that are very specific, make good progress on that, maybe create a longer list of other topics so we work sequentially through them. But any reactions to what do we want to talk about in April? What do we want to get done between now and then? Justine, no.
So kind of similar to what I thought
Yeah.
for the other topic is I think we need to identify sort of statewide what data is out there. So, you know, state entities have data, the federal government has data, academics have data, NGOs have data, you know, like what's there and what are the gaps? I think, because I think that's the first thing, and then maybe putting it into those buckets that Alvar described.
Yeah. Yeah.
Just to build on that, probably categorizing those as area specific, where's the data being gathered and how frequently. So then we can analyze the freshness of the data too, and kind of get a scale of sensitivity.
Yeah. Yeah. Great comment. I've gone to the CNRA website and looked to see how many open data sources there are. I think there are 20,000 now posted there. I'm not convinced they're all used, but anyways.
Yeah, very cool. I was thinking that's, you know, at least I see two different things here, sorry. And one of them is connected to the first focus area today.
Yeah.
So to me, there's two things that are totally related. So one is the data, drought relevant data for action. Whatever decision making at the local step, right? What people need actually to act, local state scale. And the second thing is how we use that data to define drought situations for actually local or state kind of more policy making, or when we define drought. When we say, okay, this threshold, actually we're in drought now. So the US drought monitor actually is really good on having clear thresholds. You have the 28th percentile, 30th.
Yeah.
So they have purpose. And they say, okay, now you in this region are in a drought condition. So that's why I'm saying that there's two connected, but
very
the
connected.
topics here. One is about the drought relevant data for action at the local level, and the second one is drought definition based on data that actually is, you know, enacts action or facilitates action. Recognition of drought situation.
Yeah. Yeah. Very good comment. And for those who have not seen the virtual meeting too, on the drought definition and narrative, Janine Jones did a terrific presentation describing a lot of the legal definitions that trigger events. So that's a really important thing to watch as well. Okay, we have maybe one more minute. Any parting comments? Otherwise, I think we've heard. Thank you.
So I agree that we need to find the areas and identify the areas that would be subject to drought and let them know that. But with respect to resiliency, I think we should have a warning step and some measures that we take before we announce you're in a drought. And I feel I'm on this committee once again for resiliency, not for announcing you're in a drought and sign up for water. So I think before we need to identify them, but we need some warning signs. Maybe through DSPs, maybe through thresholds that have been established, maybe coordinating the SIGBA. I mean, it gets really complicated. But I really think we need that intermediary step, the identification, warning, do something about it, conserve, whatever you're going to do so you're okay.
Yeah. Thanks for that. Okay. Any last call for comments on this topic? Otherwise, it's lunch. Okay, great job, everyone.
So real quickly, if you responded to one of the lunch bowls or contacted me directly, lunches are located on the table over there. There are instructions on how to pay for each one. And if you need a receipt, I can write you one out, or if you use electronic payment, either by Venmo or PayPal, I can email one directly to you. But with that, I think we're reconvening at 1 p.m. Is that correct? All right. Enjoy.
Let's go ahead and return back to our seats. It looks like people are grabbing walnuts. Jason, you have created a monster. Will the walnuts be there after the meeting?
Yes.
Okay.
I don't want to bring that sack back.
Oh.
Bring it to the office.
Yes. Okay. Okay. And it looks like we're just. Excellent. Okay. Well, hopefully that was a really terrific conversation that you just had with each other. I know that's one of the real reasons, this relationship building on why we can be successful going forward. So hopefully everyone had a great lunch. One high level comment I just want to make, which is when trying to get these focus areas just right, I think of this this quote by Dwight D. Eisenhower, the president, former president, who said, if you cannot solve a problem, enlarge it. And I wanted to bring that up because as we think about drought, it's fairly asking the question, well, why aren't we talking about flood? When we talk about ag, well, why aren't we talking about urban? And so as we think about this back and forth on each of these topics and how related everything is, I think this is part of the challenge. I think we want to set big ambitions for what DRIP can accomplish, but more importantly, how we can reach drought resiliency for the state. And so part of me sometimes struggles with, I want to be really practical. I want to get to specific action items. I want to get to the level of detail that we can then go off and do. But I think we always have to go back and ask and answer this question of how do we get to resiliency? Suzanne, I'll just compliment you. I know you said the word resiliency multiple times. Thank you for doing that. And this question of it's not just the drought, it's the resiliency piece of that, I think is so important. And the comments, Anna, thank you for mentioning that framework we had back on July 20th about the life cycle. You know, it's pre, during, post, emergency responses, all these things people are mentioning. And so as much as I can rest assured tell you guys, we're capturing everything that we can and trying to synthesize stuff. It's a little hard for me sometimes because the comments, some comments are very high level, and then some comments are very, very detailed. But you know, we're going to try and process all that. I think we're doing a pretty good job at capturing everything, and just hold us accountable for that because we want to make sure everything you say gets captured. Okay. Any now that we've gone through 2 and we're about to go through the next one, drought definition and narrative, just any quick reflections on this morning. And if you have in particular any comments or thoughts you have for, boy, we're about to do the 3rd one, maybe we should do something a little bit different. And any reactions on that? Yes, perfect.
I'm just going to reiterate something that was told by me. Chris, unfortunately, he had to step away. We wanted to make sure that we still keep the perspective of the group, right? This collaborative was put together so that non-state agency folks can inform state agencies as we do our work, right? So keep that perspective in mind. I mean, all these subtopics and everything like that, these are great, and we do need to discuss them, but we're also not necessarily solving them like in this room, right? So there's still always going to be recommendations and whatever, how it comes out Indiana Reporter, other products. So just keep that perspective in mind, that you're still kind of informing the state on like what we should do. So those recommendations should be coming forward in that manner. Does that make sense? Is it pretty clear? Thank you so much.
Great. Okay. Any other opening comments before we hop straight into drought definition? Okay. Okay, great. So in your packet, again, you will have a handout for virtual meeting 2, drought definition and narrative. This was a slightly shorter, it was a 60-minute, and a good chunk of it, 15+ minutes, was Janine Jones offering her perspective on drought definition, including some of the things that Alvar mentioned about some of the legislative and legal definitions. When drought is declared, these certain actions occur. I know Dave McCalco, who here we have Tim. This was a very favorite topic of his, so feel free to chime in. But really, it's a shared topic for many of us. Just a few quotes up in front in terms of definitions, action, campaign, education, good communication. The subtopics here, as you see, very much align with those. Sometimes we've used this definition narrative a little interchangeably, but of course there are many narratives. This is a point that was brought up in the virtual meetings, that there are many narratives for many different audiences. And so as we think about definition, I think one of Janine's comments was, get used to it being a little bit ambiguous, right? Her guidance to us was, there will never be a single definition. So as we just think about how we approach this, I think that's good words of advice. So as we look at the handouts, we're going to follow the exact same process. If you were in that virtual meeting 2 for drought definition, go ahead and raise your hand. Just curious. Okay. So any comments from folks who were in that meeting, just their reflections, having been in that discussion? I'll open it up. Oh, thanks, Katie.
Thanks, Katie Ruby, California Urban Water Agencies. And one thing, because I noticed during the virtual meeting, there was a lot of emphasis on the definition piece, and I want to make sure we don't lose sight of the messaging and communication education piece, because I think that's super important, if not more important. And I'm looking ahead of the problem statement, but I think that's something, the messaging so that people know how and when to respond is really important.
Yeah, yeah, very well said. Other reactions, Suzanne?
So if I could just add engagement piece, not just the messaging and telling, but the part where you really engage people and you let, they begin to realize that they have a role in this, not just telling at the end and we want you to do it, but actually getting a buy-in, I think is really important from my perspective.
Yeah, thanks, Suzanne. When we get to actions, I definitely want to bring that back up again. Yeah, yeah. Other reactions from folks who were in that virtual meeting? Oh, let's do Justine and Andrew.
Justine Massey, Community Water Center. I was just very impressed at the range of ways to define drought. And I think Janine did a nice job of showing that to us. And like most things, most policies, especially in California, we arrive at these strategies through different needs and different groups that had those needs at that time and had a strong enough voice to get answers, right? And so I'm excited about the way that we're trying to look at this more comprehensively now.
I was just going to say, I think it was certainly re-impressed upon me the sort of bureaucratic kind of nature of how drought is often defined currently, and the need to, change. I mean, we need those things for certain reasons, certain actions that governments take and others, but the need to also, change some of that. So, we can communicate it better and we can act upon the data differently. And also just to collect different data that means different things at different scales. Like one of the things that came out was certainly like the scale issue of how it's defined.
Yeah, which links to Alvar's comment for lunch as well. For those who did not participate, just as you skim that handout real quick. Any reaction that you have, maybe not having been in the virtual meeting too? Okay, why don't we go to the problem definition? And I think that'll get us deeper into the conversation. So the one thing I will say about this problem definition is I think it does a good job explaining some of the why there, but I'm not sure it gets to the real impacts of there's a problem and there are consequences to that. So I think that was the first thing I was just looking at it just a moment ago when I was revisiting this. I think we can get more on the impacts because people are obviously, because there are so many definitions, it's so confusing. I think often actions don't occur in a timely fashion, as an example. So with that said, let's open it up. Just quick reactions on how we can make this problem statement better.
Thanks, Glenn. This is Nancy Vogel with the Natural Resources Agency. Could we just say up front, maybe in the problem statement, because this is what we began talking about, the fact that, as Anna put it so well, the life cycle for drought never ends. And that when we talk about drought or flood in terms of cycles, then that hinders our ability to prepare for and respond to drought. So we needed, I think that was a conversation we've had again and again, right? Is that people need to think about drought as something that is always present and must be dealt with, whether you're in flood or deep in drought. So could we say that straight up? That
yeah, quite possibly.
Something like that.
I like that. And the way I kind of think about it in my own mind is almost like a bimodal thing. It's not like, well, for certain purposes, like government action, for instance, you may have a distinct point where you have to, you cross this threshold and then it means something else. But just in terms of understanding this continuous cycle, it's almost like, well, you have sort of some norms, but you have all this variation around those norms that, one is maybe one extreme is flood and the other extreme is drought, but there's such a range in between those that it's more helpful to think of it in terms of a mode and variations rather than it's either or.
Yeah, that reminds me of a comment Laura made in a prior meeting about it seems kind of binary. It starts raining and then people forget that there's actually a drought. Exactly.
Andrew Altsvog from the State Water Board. I mean, the other thing that we talked about is not using the word drought and that gets to the whole thing and talking about water shortage, which could mean a lot of different things, right? And, and then you need to define what that means for all the different things it could mean, because that also then helps to encompass things that aren't, natural cause, like, again, getting back to like human causes and other things. So I think, part of it may be that we just, for the purposes of this group, maybe we don't call it drought.
Yeah. Well, and just to, this great comment, just to catch a few folks up who weren't in the virtual meeting, Janine essentially said the definition of drought is water shortage for a particular use. And she was very succinct, but it's so multidimensional because those uses vary dramatically. And to an earlier comment, just the sources, the reason there's a water shortage is there's so many reasons. And so when we don't capture that, we're missing part of the picture. Other thoughts on the definition?
Tammy McVeigh, Self-Help Enterprises. I would say one of my concerns around using the term drought, we see very often, especially in the San Joaquin Valley, where it's over and over and over again. It's kind of like well, maybe Alabama, where they have hurricanes that go through all the time. Oh, it's hurricane season, oh, it's drought season. We'll make it through. And there's not enough emphasis that's put on how critical this issue is, right? So getting residents to understand, all residents, not just domestic well owners, but all residents to understand this is very critical. We have a critical water shortage issue and it needs to be paid attention to. Using the term drought is kind of just like saying, and if or but, to other folks. So trying to just make sure that the emphasis is there on how critical the issue is for me is important.
Yeah. Reinforcing the communication education piece for sure.
Yeah, Katie Ruby, California Urban Water Agencies. And I think part of how to incorporate that in the problem statement is maybe we talked about like drought fatigue being a thing. And I think there's also this need, to the points that were made, differentiating between like a shortage emergency, which is kind of an acute thing that requires immediate response, versus this chronic, like we're in a hotter, drier future, and how people respond. Because if you ask them to conserve, make conservation a California way of life, but then in an emergency, there's need to further conserve. Like, I think it's worth differentiating between those two things and how, certain actions are needed in both areas. And some, like the hotter, drier future, might require longer term investments and things that are less kind of immediate, but still really important. And so how to get that sense of urgency across too, like when we're not in an emergency, can be challenging.
Yeah. And Alvar, one of the things that came up, this concept of aridification, the hotter, drier, fits in the water supply strategy as well. Like how we factor that in, I think is really important. Alvar?
Alvar Escrivá, UCLA. My comment was kind of reinforcing here. There's two things here also different that are not explicit. One thing, it's California has this Mediterranean climate that it's drought prone. So it's normal. Droughts are normal here. And that should be, I think we should be ready for that. The second part is that we have this trend, and it's the climate change and the aridification and all that stuff. So we need actually to embrace that and accept that that's happening, and droughts are changing. Okay, that was one comment on I totally agree. The second part, and I don't know how to say this, I think that we could waste a lot of time if we try to get the perfect definition of drought. And I don't think that that's useful. From my point of view, there's, we could get into academic nuances and stuff like that. I think that we have to think about, okay, what do we want from here? This is a communication strategy. What do you want people to get to or to understand? So I think that more than the drought definition per se, I think that we should focus on how we want people to react to what we say. I mean, not what we say, but what the state says or what policymakers says or.
Yeah. Well, I think one of the dynamics that came out too was in the virtual meeting was maybe we should better define resilience as well, because, well, we are DRIP, which there's an R.
Sierra Ryan, Santa Cruz County. One thing I see missing in the drought definition is the role of policy, because I think to me, the challenge here is it's not so much how people are defining drought generally. It's when they say, because we're in a drought now, you Sierra need to use 25% less water. So all the policy and the drought definition are linked. And I think that to me gets back to why we need to define things better and more localized. So I think putting somewhere in there reference to, the narratives and policy people form around drought offered, something simple like that.
Okay, that's a great add. Yeah, we wanted to tap into the definition action piece, and that's exactly right.
And so Suzanne Pecci, South American Subbasin Domestic Wells. So adding on to what all of the speakers are saying, I think maybe making drought more of part of the DNA of all of the water users in California, making it not a response to a particular event, but a change in the thinking of the people, a gradual understanding of this is the way it is, that all the time we have to act this way because the times are going to be changing. But if we develop a mindset that encompasses these changes, and we don't call it climate change because that's offensive to some, and we kind of neutralize a lot of of this, and just, it's the mindset that we all have to just develop. Not triggering that drought response, but triggering that being us. I think our job is to trigger that mindset in people and make it in a calm way. Drought is that's an elevator. California, yeah, but I mean, but it is, but it actually, it's right, but it's true.
Now, don't be changing the state motto.
I know. Okay, so please write down any other comments or thoughts you have for the problem statement in your document, in your worksheet, and we'll collect those. So a few things that were mentioned in particular was this idea of creating a white paper that outlines current drought definition and processes, some of these trigger events, these actions that come out of it. And very much to Sierra's most recent point about linking it to action, because this just isn't generally well known, if we're being honest. I think even for many of us around this room, it's just not very clear. A lot of the comments from Tammy and others about education, definitely true. There were some comments about moving toward resilience, what we're talking about in terms of maybe that should be a definition as well. And then, of course, the communication, the narrative piece. So looking at this list, just any quick reactions, what action should we do? And if you have any particular thoughts on this white paper concept, we ran it by Janine. She seemed to think it would be quite helpful. It doesn't exist today. I think Janine knows everything in her head, but not everyone is Janine. So. Oh, yeah.
I think one thing that we have to think about is drought is different than it used to be. So when I was growing up, drought was going to be fit. I never had to drought because the state would build something. They would build Oroville, Shasta would get built. They would reach out to the Western United States and take water from everywhere. And so there really was never a drought. The state had to go build something and we'd be fixed. And we're not there anymore. And now the difference is we have to convince people that there's going to have to be personal decisions made at your level to work on this, as opposed to sit back, the state's going to take care of it. And I think we really have to, that's going to be an education process that's different than California's ever had in the generations past. So I think that's a critical link in how we reach out to the personal decisions that have to be made to work in a really different climate.
Well, that's a really fascinating comment, because I think the original concept behind this white paper was to think about the definition and the actions, but more on a state level. But you're exactly right. There are many actions that are required that need to be triggered. Other thoughts and reactions here? Actions? Suzanne, did you have something? No? Okay.
Justine Massey with Community Water Center. I just wanted to make a note on the tie to local, because I think this makes sense. As we've talked about, different conditions have different results in different places. But I want to make sure that we focus on figuring out what those conditions are and how they'd be affected versus, for example, kind of punting decisions to the local level without all of those guidelines and outline thresholds, because that would just result likely in local politics, because there's so much pressure to allow people to keep using water even when there's not enough. It's like not fair and not strategic to do that.
Yeah. Other thoughts? Oh. And thank you for telling me when the temps are up. I don't always see them.
Suzanne Petchy from the South American Sub-Basin Domestic Well Owner. So in commenting on previous comment, I agree. And there is a section of SGMA that requires the coordination between the GSA's groundwater sustainable planning and the land use agencies. And I've been working on aspects of that in my own community. And I think that if we put a little more responsibility at the local level, at the planning and the land use level, and involve them more in the picture, because there is that tendency to continue to develop and on smaller and smaller lots and allow wells and septics because it's a lot less expensive than bringing in the infrastructure. And so I think bringing that conversation in, that coordination, I think would be important.
Yeah. Thanks, Suzanne. And that links to the whole responsibility, accountability discussion from this morning.
Something, this is Grace Person with Civic Well. Something that I'm thinking about is, and it's tearing off of Brent's comment around, you know, the state has responsibility to go find more supply or make more supply. And I think that we're in the Western United States, and California in particular, is in a very unique position because the way that we've operated for the past 200 years or 150 years since the West was controlled or adopted, or whatever you want to say, because there's a whole federal, you know, policies around mining and water and forestry and et cetera. I think that that is a really insightful comment, and I want to, and you know, really support that and say that this definition hinges on this idea around clarifying these various definitions and their purposes and how they've been used, has historical grounding, and how we go forward is the linchpin to the education, because where, you know, we didn't get here from nowhere. And where we're going to go and how we use it, how we use this information to ground our policies, the strategy and organization, it really matters how we are strategic and organized and clearly communicating the intent of why we need clarity around these various definitions, and also how they came about, because there is this new normal and we can't just go make water.
Yeah.
Barring the people who want to go do desalination. But my point is
yeah,
we have to shift away from prior practices, because this is not the land of abundance no longer.
Yeah. Yeah, that's a great point. And I guess the white paper can't just be historical or current fact-based looking, because everything is changing. It needs to be forward-looking and offer recommendations.
Hi, Anna Schiller with Environmental Defense Fund. I just want to kind of echo some of the comments made earlier by Alvar and Katie and others, really underscoring the importance of the messaging and communications piece of this. I do see that included in some of the action items, but I think it could be expanded and perhaps a little bit more robust in thinking about how to communicate, not just to media and, you know, broadly the public, but also a lot of key decision makers. What we see is very inconsistent investment and attention paid to drought. And that's really setting us back and making us unprepared when inevitably the next dry period returns. So I think, you know, a broader messaging and communications campaign to bring not only, you know, general public, local agency attention more consistently to, you know, preparing for dry periods, but also bringing legislators and other kind of state level decision makers, not letting them forget that this is our new constant reality, to help improve the consistency of investment and attention.
Your comment, Anna, makes me think that originally this was built actions really around the definition, but really there should be a second prong, which is all about the communication and education narrative.
Álvaro Escrivá, UCLA. I was thinking, you know, especially on the first point, and it's related to some comments here on the link to actions. And here it says, like, provide guidance to what the public can do, right? I was thinking that actually there's, and this relates to the previous, like the second focus group, and it's how we actually can define drought to actually take actions. And I'm thinking more about local agencies and the state agencies and even federal agencies. First, how we define drought when we are in drought situation in different parts of the state, and how that triggers potential actions in the state. I think that this is not clear in California. We don't have a clear argument And I was not able to watch Janine, but I would like to, for example, USDA has a clear trigger, which is based on the US drought monitor for some insurance for some crops. So they say, okay, depending on this, if we get above this threshold, we're going to release some funding for these crops. That's one clear example. What I mean is that we should have this kind of thresholds and triggers at least. And I think that was mentioned earlier, we don't need to get in the real drought condition. We could even say, okay, hey guys, we're in warning condition now. We should start thinking about doing something, not getting crazy, but we could start thinking about, hey, we have to manage down. And that could be useful for agriculture, could be useful for cities, small communities, and other sectors. But I think linking to the definition of data and definition of drought for policy action.
Yeah.
I was just going to comment that a parallel discussion to the one we're having here is going on with US EPA, working with, it's an expanded, recently expanded group of stakeholders, but it started with bond rating agencies and insurers primarily, and they have their own definitions or triggers and data sets. And it could be useful if we inject or reach out and find out what their thinking is, just so we're aware of how they're talking about these same issues, definitions, not only of drought, but data, what data they're looking at and what kind of I guess action steps that they're looking at to drive their own decision making. And insurance is a big important factor here that we need to keep in mind.
Yeah.
Sorry, really quickly. It's just a fact that we're working on this project with NIDIS, and NIDIS, it's the federal agency working with drought situations, and they were really concerned about that because they realized that Zillow now has a water supply rating, and they were saying this is crazy. How are they doing this? They don't know, and this actually can affect house values and insurance and stuff like that. And I was saying, we need to get to that to give some guidance on actually how to rate, urban agencies or whatever on and that affects insurance. So it's just a comment.
Okay, so we're going to go Justine, Grace, and then Sierra.
Hi, Justine Massey, Community Water Center. I was looking at the Drive Toward Resilience and thinking that it could be helpful to include in the white paper a forward-looking analysis on the different scale of risks of water shortage that face the state based on different climate change scenarios. Because I think sometimes we talk about it like, oh, it's the new normal, or this is how the future is going to look, but that's actually not defined right now. We're in these very rare years where we will decide, right? And that seems like a valuable thing for all of those involved decision makers to take into account what the drought scenarios or the water shortage scenarios will look like under different pathways of climate change action. And just like we talk about the importance of protecting our existing resources like groundwater in order to be resilient, that's also a resource, is to have a more stable climate.
Very interesting.
This is Grace Person with CivicWell. I want to second what Tim and Alvalar were saying about the insurance criteria and metrics. And I do also want to plug in just a small word of caution and not have the state lean in hard on what those criteria are, because that is profit based. And in my opinion, the role of state government and government in general is to serve the people, and therefore it should be of the interest of all people, aka human right to water. So I think that while those factors are very, very important to consider, those need to be taken with a grain of salt, and or the state criteria needs to, what I'm trying to say is yes to alignment, no to a whole scale adoption. So that's that piece. And I just want to say that I'm also, I'm struggling with drive towards resilience and ensure no confusion. Justine, I really appreciate what you said about the resiliency piece. That actually changed my mind about it. So can I just make a pitch for all of them? I think maybe we don't limit ourselves to just a few next steps. I think it really is important to lean into all of it, and because it's all interconnected.
Yeah. Yeah. Very
Sarah
much
has her own
so.
microphone.
Yeah, exactly.
A couple of comments on, firstly, the tie into local or tie to local. I think that's critical because I actually think that this is one of the cases where the local drought definitions are better fleshed out already than they are at other levels, because we already require urban water contingency planning, or sorry, water shortage contingency planning as part of the urban water management plans. So every water deliverer with, I think, 3,000, I'm looking to you, Katie, is it 3,000 customers? They already have had to do a pretty extensive deep dive. And I sit on a advisory body to a water district, and it's a lot of work you're looking at your supplies across the board in different sectors. You're looking at your water users, and then, what can you do in terms of both supply and demand if your water supply is cut by 30%, say you're surface water driven and there's a drought. And those trigger points are locally defined. So I actually think that the local level is almost more defined. And then on the bigger scale, we also have our GSAs, and it's not drought driven, it's minimum threshold driven, but those minimum thresholds are sort of this, if you define drought as more of a water shortage, if you go below your minimum thresholds, you're in this sort of drought condition. So I think it's really important to, whatever happens at this level, that it's supportive of those local efforts, because those are really going to be people's go-to, and a lot of work's already gone into them. And I do think that they're very effective. My other point was one of the things that we've seen time and time again when there is suddenly we're in a drought emergency, everyone cut back on water across the board. And there's an equity aspect to that I think the state could look at a little bit beyond what they've already done. So if you're on a state small water system or you're on a domestic well, you're not going to get the rebates that someone on a municipal water system is going to get. For, like, I got a new washing machine and I got $200 back from my water district, and my dishwasher, I got $50 back, and the toilets are $50, and they'll give you a shower head for free. That's all because I'm on just a water district and they want us to use less water. So they give us all these supplies. But within our county, it's who gets what. It's all done at the municipal level. And as the county, we have nothing to give to the small water systems we regulate or the domestic wells, because no one's paying us any rates. And we've tried many times to get funding from the state for things like rebates for indoor water use for these systems. And if you're not in a disadvantaged community, there's basically no chance. I guess it looks like a gift of public funds, which is a real thing to consider. But I just want to put it out there that if cutting back on water is going to be a goal, we need to level the playing field on how accessible it is to do that for everyone. And we need to find ways around some of the limitations to these grant monies being used for some of these smaller systems.
I think that's interesting. There are two big things that you just said. The equity outcome metrics, I think, needs to link to the funding piece. And I think your other comment is really important, which is just there's a whole host of stuff happening at the local level and plans already in place that will be beyond just the white paper. So it feels like it's almost a third thing.
Yeah, Katie Ruby with KUA. So adding on to the point around local differences, I think that's definitely part of the problem statement and why messaging is so confusing because you could live on one side of the street and be in one water district and then be on the other side of the street and be in another service area. And the shortage conditions are totally different based on where your water supply comes from. And so I think, you know, when we're looking at the actions to take, part of that, I think it ties into that education and explaining again, like that difference between, you know, California, we're all in this hotter, drier future that affects everyone and kind of the way we live and act and use water. But then kind of the local shortage conditions might be different, and that might cause, you know, call for action for one person and not necessarily for another. And I think that's where there's just a lot of confusion out there. And so acknowledging those local differences and then being aligned in that messaging, like at the state and local level, can really help. Like, how can the state give that broad brush messaging that complements what the locals are saying and not kind of contradicting it?
Okay. So if we ask the question that we asked in the two previous focus areas, like what do we want to have done by April? What I'm hearing is three things: white paper, the definition, what was originally proposed. Second, the communication, education, narrative piece. I think there's something to be done there. And then Sierra and Katie's comments on this local, how do we get to that nuance? That seems quite important too. What else? So if, again, we're here, it's April, we're about to start, and we're going to talk about something related to definition and narrative. If we covered off those three things, you know, made good progress between now and April, is that good?
Suzanne Petchy, South American Subbasin Domestic Well Owners. I didn't hear anything about data gathering in any of this. And I kind of think that even in the white paper, we should start talking about the ability to gather data and the value of community outreach in gathering that data. I think, you know, to me, this is data driven as a domestic well owner, the lack of data in our community. And with respect to equity, there is no ever a conversation about conservation with regard to ag-res wells. And they are part of the picture of equity. And I think we don't have any programs out there. We have lawns that can be 5 acres of watered grass. And I'm in a landowner district, so that when they figure what my water bill is, they do a flyover, and if it's green, it's alfalfa because they don't have grass, they have alfalfa. So I do think that if there's more programs out that are letting ag-res know you're part of it too, and that you can do some things. And I would be interested in putting in more dry landscaping on my yard. I have a lot of it, but I think a lot of people would be, if there's an incentive. There aren't incentives for ag-res, really. Yep.
So Suzanne's comment and several comments just reinforce that triangle we saw this morning about how things are quite related. And you're right, we can't do half of this without the data, and very much to Alvar's comment as well. Okay, so in just a few minutes, we're going to transition off this topic and then go to other focus areas that we might want to think about, not just drought preparedness for domestic wells, drought relevant data, and definition and narrative. But I did want to pause here as we're kind of wrapping up the definition piece. And, you know, we've heard loud and clear what you want to have between now and April, that April meeting. But I did want to just ask this broader question for 2024. You know, if we think July, if we think October, like if we make good progress on these three things, does that feel like DRIP is living up to its potential? Because I think one of the things that I find a little bit hard is the level of ambition, right? How much do we want to try and get done? And I know, obviously, we talked about inform, complement, lead. DRIP doesn't have to do everything. Sometimes we're playing a support role. But as we think about the level of ambition, what you want to get done 2024, you know, we're building muscle, we're getting to real results. Any reactions at that highest level? So maybe abstracting a little bit higher than just the original three focus areas.
I mean, I'll say I've always thought of it, right, as this group is like modeled after the CDAG, right, which I think it was meant to be. That's kind of how it came about in the but CDAG met and came up with recommendations for legislation. Now they had a specific mandate to do that, but I think we should be thinking about it in those sort of terms. Like, what are things that this group can recommend that, that need, the things that need to be addressed or done. And so
Yeah.
I think that's the way I've been thinking about it.
Yeah, good. Thank you. Other high level thoughts? Oop.
Hi, Sad. How are you? Good, thanks.
Yeah. Okay. Do people think we're at the right level of ambition? Yeah. I don't know the answer. That's why I'm asking. Yeah, yeah. Do you want to say more about that, Tim?
Well, yeah, I'm not sure what level of ambition we currently think we're at. I agree with Andrew. I think that our role should be to inform policy. But what does that take? How far do we want to go with this, and how into the weeds of making recommendations do we want to get? I don't know. Partly because I missed some early stuff where this might have been discussed, but it's not clear to me what our ambition currently is. So if somebody can inform me, please do.
Does anyone, Anna?
Hi, Anna Schiller with Environmental Defense Fund. I don't think I can answer that question for you. But I just want to return to a comment that Chris made earlier, which was kind of a suggestion that we, as we're thinking about how we're structuring our kind of outputs of this group, considering how we might be most influential in working with the state and agencies and framing up our recommendations in such a way that they're going to be really actionable in that they can get funded, so that we could actually see some work on the ground happening in a really tangible way. So just want to underscore that comment and maybe use that as a way to help frame up how we want to define our outputs and our goals.
Yeah. And I think, Anthony, that resonates with what Chris said to you as well, right? Yeah. Okay. Any other quick comments? Otherwise, I'm going to have us transition to the other focus areas that we could consider. And really, again, I think, building on these comments, one end of the extreme is describe everything that we can that we think is meaningful, that leads to drought resiliency, err on the side of being more exhaustive, more, so it can get into the annual report, can get into recommendations. Or we focus much more on what we think we can accomplish. And so I think there are two ends of the spectrum, and we'll probably be somewhere in between. Okay. Oh, yeah.
Sorry, Anthony Navasaro, DWR. I can't describe ambition for you, Tim, but an aspect of it, I think, is the role that we all play here. Everybody has their own niche, their own expertise that needs to kind of bring it to the table, bring it to the group to help a well-formed process of recommendations to the state agencies on particular topics and so forth, right? That's our ambition. And where we see we don't have that expertise, we try to see if we could pull that expertise out from four corners of the world. I don't know, but I think that's the ambition that we have set before us. Our roles are really to tell the whole story as best as we can to help inform the state agencies to do the good work we do.
Okay. And if you, okay. Last call for comments. Otherwise, I'm just going to talk real quickly next steps, and then we're going to segue. Okay. So we will collect the worksheets, read them as much as we can, depending on how legible it is, capture all those comments, and we're going to translate those into recaps of the problem statement, a new problem statement, hopefully refined, summary of all the different action items as well. And then we're going to crystallize that into the agenda for the April meeting. Does that sound right? Do any of you think we should do things in addition to that? We'll likely have virtual meetings in the first quarter of the year as well. November, December, we focus more on getting the annual report out. We'll talk about that in just a little bit. But is there anything else people feel like, boy, we should just get done between now and April? Oh, yeah. And we're about to collect your worksheet. So ideally, write your name on it in case we have any questions on your notes and we want to clarify. We'll follow up with you directly. Okay. So I'm going to hand it off to Claire.
We're going to just let everyone stand up and take a deep breath. And there's chocolate in the back corner. And we'll start at 2 p.m., please. All right. Thank you, guys. And I hope you had a good little break, got some chocolate and hydration. So this was foreshadowed earlier today by Anna. Thank you. We identified 3 focus areas in the virtual meetings between our last meeting and now, but there's a whole lot more still out there to look at, to talk about, to focus on. And so what Sam and I are going to do now is try to figure out what to do with those. I think that we're all pretty clear on what a focus area is by now. If that's not clear, maybe we can have a conversation later. But right now, we're going to move on to this second part of objective 2, which is develop sequence and approach for the remaining focus areas. We're not going to look at every single one of the 127 focus areas that are on the reference list. That's excessive. But what we have done is narrowed down to what we've heard and what we've heard from you in the virtual meetings, but also in previous in-person meetings, as things that are most relevant and that can capture a lot of different focus areas under them. So what we're going to be doing now in this is sort of like a live virtual meeting 1 for those of you who were in the virtual meeting 1s. It is a conversation about where we want to go. But we're not going to try to get to the problem statement or actions or solutions or anything right now. We're just really trying to figure out where do we want to put our energy on these other topics. Like I said, they're meant to be broad. If you have ideas of what could potentially fall under focus areas, do bring them up. But these are not highly specific at this point. And unveiling, here they are. So the specific and actionable focus areas for consideration. And also you see in the little bottom corner there, what else? So please do mention if there are other broad focus areas you think are not captured here. Integrating climate change adaptation into drought resilience, implementation of nature-based solutions for drought resilience, reducing ecosystem impacts of drought, water resources and operations, infrastructure and planning, land use and planning. And I will just point out that when we were making this list, it was kind of like, well, doesn't this fall under that? And doesn't that fall under this? And that's sort of what it's mind-boggling, but that's sort of what we would look at once we got to a virtual meeting 2 or created a problem statement, we get more into the details of what exactly that meant. But yes, like Glenn's triangle that we saw at the beginning of the day, there are a lot of relationships between these. So keep that in mind. I guess first, before Sam jumps in, anything else anyone would like to add to this list? This is not the last time forever that we're talking about focus areas, but if you have anything to add now, please do. And otherwise, Sam, I will hand over to you.
Sure. I do see a couple of hands up.
Jason Colombini representing agriculture. This might be underwater resources and operations. I just wanted to mention it about ways to decrease costs and speed up the regulatory process, approval processes for projects. So just wanted to bring that up, but I could see it being under there, but I don't know if we need to add it to it so we remember, or if I'm around, I'll help us remember, but I just wanted to bring that one up.
One thing that we talked about a lot at the last in-person meeting was around funding and grants. And, you know, we had that whole focus on, and it might be that that's like a subcategory under all of these, but I think that was part of the problem that we saw in the presentation in the morning at the last meeting, was that there's like 40 different grant programs under 20 different agencies, and it's impenetrable.
And kind of a question back to the whole drip development team. One of the things that we have been talking about this year, notice, was that there was sort of two pieces to it. One was interagency and intra-agency coordination. Then the other was speeding up funding. I think Sierra, you had mentioned during one of the PNs, like you're just getting drought funding 2 years back in the quarter. I know that we talked about that. And can you just remind me where?
Yeah, absolutely. In fact, this was something that we thought about putting up here, and we said, well, let's see if anyone brings it up. So thank you, Sierra. That was a test you passed. But kind of where the conversation came around to that is exactly what you point to, is that it potentially could be such a big issue that then you're going to have under the issue of funding and coordination, each of these as subtopics. So it's sort of like, maybe not chicken and the egg, but it is a little bit of, do we want to focus on that under each focus area, like we are with potentially with domestic well preparedness? We're focusing on funding and coordination in that, or do we want to have it as one big one? So let's add it. I mean, I think that we can go either way, and we could have a whole conversation just that's discussing that in and of itself. That could be a virtual discussion also. So very good point. Thank you.
I think there's a hand up from Suzanne and then over to Tom. Okay, sorry. Make sure.
Well, so I don't know whether public engagement is separate, or if it's part of the city. Do we need a separate focus area for public engagement, and how it will be addressed in all of these various focus areas, or does it become part of it?
Excellent, absolutely excellent question. It's really the challenge of these. And I mean, it's the same thing. I remember when Reggie and I had a conversation, our last in-person meeting, and it was sort of like, well, shouldn't nature-based solutions be under each of these? And shouldn't climate be, a consideration? So yes and no, but I think we'll note that for sure. Suzanne, thank you.
I also noticed that Reggie had his hand up and then he lowered it, so I don't know if you want to.
Oh.
I just wanted to make sure you called on if you wanted to say something.
If you're joining online, I would just encourage you to submit comment via chat, and we'll make sure that it's entered in the summary.
This is not exactly a comment on the focus areas. Maybe I missed something on, I was not in the second meeting. But one thing that I was thinking, it's, you are mentioning here the roadmap about the drip corridor. So I was even thinking about stepping up a little bit. What's this roadmap? What are we expecting? What are the outcomes that we are expecting for next year? For when we finish the 2-year process, are these focus, are the 3 focus areas of this morning, and then something else? There's a broader document. So I was just, and maybe that's not for now. If you have that in the agenda, happy to.
There's the annual reports December of this year, December of next year, that there'll be an actual document on the roadmap that will coalesce all of these action items for the area. this exercise where we're gonna talk about these additional, we'll build that in too. So the idea is that we'll sequence it. And so the first three that we talked about already, then we're gonna build these in. Maybe they're run parallel, that could very well be the case. People want to focus, if there's real energy behind one of these topics, and there's no reason it can't run parallel. So we want to work through this mechanics. So we'll be on. Now we move to the.
I know that you have here the reducing ecosystem impacts of drought. I just want to kind of, and I'm not an environmental expert or ecosystem expert, but in the past, in the past two droughts, one of the most clear impacts that we've seen are, so we had like the drywall stuff and the environmental impacts were the first one to come. Of course, then you have agricultural and urban always, but I'm just feeling that we don't have a lot of environmental conversation here. And that's a big issue here.
Over to Grace and then Suzanne, did you have a question?
From where I sit, so Grace Person with Civic Well, from where I sit and the efforts that we have engaged with communities who are trying to do innovative things, I think for me, if we're looking at the sequencing of AKA prioritizing areas of effort, I do appreciate reducing ecosystem impacts, yes, but I think to some degree, we probably really need to lean into the land use planning and infrastructure planning, because we've heard about the underinvestment in infrastructure around monitoring. We've heard about, we've heard comments about, our water resources infrastructure and how we are doing a lot for that. But I think land use planning, there are initiatives that exist to help communities make that connection between their land use and water planning. And we heard a comment earlier, like, do we stop having development in rural areas? But what happens when we can't afford infill, right? So anyway, my point is I think that if we're going to change the word from sequencing to prioritization and where we could get traction, I'm feeling like the last two could really get us far. And that's just my opinion.
Perfect segue. Perfect segue. Thank you.
We're planning on going for that exact. Which of these topics has the most traction? Which are most reasonable to tackle next? And I'll walk you through a quick exercise.
It occurs to me that like maybe some of what's being raised are more like principles that could be used in anything that we're looking at. So like, we need to figure out the funding. There needs to be public participation. We need to think about climate change and the environment and land use. And so maybe that's part of how it gets addressed. Like, okay, we're going to work on domestic wells and data and what we've talked about and drought definitions. But within those, there are going to be some principles that are going to run through all of them. And that gets to what you all have been talking about in terms of like the interconnection. See, maybe we don't need to address climate change separately. It's just that it gets addressed as we're going through the things that we've prioritized.
Excellent. Excellent.
Any other general questions or comments before we jump into the exercise? Okay, let's take a quick look at it. So we were trying to, I think all of your comments I saw a lot of heads nodding among
Grace Person Civic, well, process question. What if something comes up that one group says it's really high impact, but high effort, and someone else says, oh no, that's low effort and low impact? How do you resolve those differencing opinions?
last one.
Quick sound check. Can folks online hear us okay? I see a couple of people saying they're having trouble hearing. Thank you.
So much fun. Oh my god. Another 5 hours. So I like oh my, it's like my I just never got out. Oh my gosh. Really? I need to do more. I don't even know. Yeah. There's like
All right, so let's go ahead and take just another minute or two, and then we'll take a look at the results. Well, this is well, that was another thing. That's something that could be built into making this infrastructure.
Totally. And I mean,
Yeah. The purpose is so really more sorting exercise than comment on the importance of the other.
Oh, we got one. One for both of us. This is not. Oh, no, yeah. I didn't know you really next to it. I will. That's my dog.
All right. Thank you. Thank you all for indulging us. I would encourage folks to head back to their seats. And our apologies to the row right here. I know it's never great to have your back to the speaker. And for members of the public, we will move it out of the way as soon as we're finished. So I want to we'll walk through a couple of observations real quickly, and then Claire, if there's anything that's kind of popping out to you as well. The thing that you'll probably notice first and foremost is that almost everything was considered very important by all of you, in that it's going to be really high impact. It takes a little bit longer for us to actually plot things out and see where there's any clear patterns. But real quickly, the items that you all that you identified as the most critical, the things that need to be bumped up the list and probably addressed in the next set of virtual meetings, in both of these sort of high impact categories, are land use, infrastructure, operations, and climate. And that's true of both of these. Is that what you're seeing as well, Claire?
Yeah.
So those automatically kind of rise to the top, at least in our initial observations. Now, that doesn't mean that nature-based solutions and what else am I missing? Land use was in ecosystem get bumped out. But I want to go back to a comment that was made earlier that kind of resonates quite a bit with me, at least, that those things are really hard to put in a single category. It's very possible that they could apply to everything, and the type of perhaps developing a list of principles, as was raised earlier, might be the best approach. But at least what I'm initially seeing is that those four things are probably the ones that you want to tackle next in terms of developing a problem statement and potential actions that the DRIP could recommend moving in the future. But Claire, other observations that you have before we open it up for discussion?
Yeah, ecosystem impacts is pretty impressive. 13 high impact, high effort. So a lot of interest in that here. I think that might be the biggest
big outlier,
biggest consensus. Not that we're, this is not official. Yeah, it's not a vote. But yeah, that's what stands out, I think. And then nature-based solutions, a lot in low impact, high effort. So interesting.
So, and I apologize, I didn't see the 1 in front of that 3 for ecosystem.
It's very sloppy.
Yeah, oh, that's okay. Yeah. So love to open it up for discussions and see if any of you have any other observations. Again, all we're using this for is to plot out what the group is going to tackle next after we kind of round out the discussion around drought narrative, data, and domestic wells. Other observations or thoughts folks might have? Yeah, Katie.
Hi, Katie Ruby with KUA. So one observation I was making is, as we address these topics, thinking like, do we have the right people in the room? And that's where like land use stood out to me as I think it's a super important topic. And I don't know that we have all the right perspectives on this task force to address that issue. So it's almost like an issue we need to make sure we're coordinating with the land use agencies on.
It's great. Thank you. Yeah.
Justine Massey with Community Water Center. I'm also wondering if, for example, thinking about land use versus nature-based solutions and how those two got treated up here, I'm wondering if we may have had a bit of a bias as a group of wanting to go for a category that seemed to encompass more things. And I heard someone, maybe it was you, make the suggestion that something like nature-based solutions could be nested intentionally under those discussions around land use planning and or infrastructure and planning. I remember, I think it was the last session, nature-based solutions came up a lot and was really a focus of our conversation around infrastructure. So I hope we don't lose it just because it scored perhaps badly on this.
Understood. Thank you. Yeah, Suzanne.
Suzanne Pecci from the South American Subbasin Domestic Well Owner. So I was wishing for a medium category, maybe because some of these were more medium. And I think that for me, looking at land use and development, it's more understandable. And for some reason, it looks like it's easier to address, where some of the other issues like the ecosystem and nature-based solutions and even climate change are more nebulous and harder to address down the road. I mean, maybe that's part of everything, where the other ones are the more obvious things that we look at, the things that we read about. And so maybe because the discussion was more headed more that way than it was toward nature-based solutions and and we didn't talk much about the ecosystem. Maybe that's why it went the way it did.
That's helpful. Thank you. Yep, Anna.
Thank you. Anna Schiller, Environmental Defense Fund. I would like to underscore the kind of comments that have been made about let's not lose sight of the minimizing ecosystem impacts and nature-based solution focus areas. I think folks are right in saying that those can be integrated into many of the other focus areas we've already identified. And just in thinking about the impact versus effort around nature-based solutions in particular, oftentimes nature-based solutions, the idea being that you're working with nature instead of working against it. So you can have more cost-effective, really, ways of addressing extremes that we're facing in California. And you're also more likely to generate multiple benefits and avoided other costs. And some of those benefits can be really tricky to quantify, which is a reason I believe they often are overlooked. But if you're using nature-based solutions, you're often generating biodiversity benefits, community benefits, climate benefits. So I'd really encourage this group to not lose sight of that kind of more holistic way of considering various drought management, climate resilient solutions for our water system. Thanks.
Thanks, Anna. Back to Brent.
Yeah, two things. One, I actually look at that list, and land use planning is by far the hardest. I mean, I hear people saying this one's pretty simple, and I think there are 260 county supervisors who would disagree with you, who would fight to the tooth, which they did with the last legislature, ADU, all those bills that were trying to get more housing. Think about if you wanted to take something to the legislature, every one of them would be lined up to attack you for taking over their role. Now, you might be doing land use planning, educating those 250 supervisors and working to change it, but that's one in every county has to change more so than it's hard to get legislation done. I think when you talk with them about nature-based solutions that work for their counties, help them to build park, do things like that, it's a lot easier to have that discussion with them. And I would agree that 2 and 3 can be combined together. Reducing ecosystem impacts and nature-based solutions can be discussed kind of almost in the same sentence. And so I think they're both excellent, but I do think land use planning is really difficult because no local district, I don't care if it's a water district, as county supervisor, they all want their control, and they will fight tooth and nail at the legislature or anywhere else to make sure that they get control, because that's what they were elected for. Justine.
Actually, I'll come back to me, please.
The Grace Person with Civic Well, I actually want to push back on Brent a little bit. I don't think it is about state legislation. I think it's actually working with each county at their planning commission level and their staff level. I've seen strategic, like water land use nexus strategy planning efforts create some really cool initiatives, leveraging existing mandates, building codes, water policy with your water providers in urban areas to address water issue at the local planning level, because it's required, for their general plan, their land use plans. You have all these really cool, I shouldn't say really cool, but anyway, you have these tools and resources that exist already. Why don't we amp those up?
Okay, thanks. Justine Massey with Community Water Center. I had a proposed adjustment to the climate change focus area. And that's to, instead of just limiting it to adaptation, have it more broadly say action. That's not to say that our group would necessarily act as if we're experts on this, but I think we can weigh in on the urgency of addressing, climate change and trying to stop it from worsening.
That's great. Thanks, Justine. All right. Oh, yes, sorry, Brent.
Going back with what Nancy said earlier, I'm convinced that climate change is still a hard word to use, but I really liked climate ready decisions. And what we need to talk about is being climate ready. And that might not bring on the angst that climate change currently does. So.
Sounds like the start of defining a problem statement for the climate change focus area. Other thoughts? Yeah, Alvar, you have a mic right there.
Alvar Escrivá, UCLA. I was thinking, to me, and I understand your work here on how challenging it is to put this in a few words. But to me, all of these are really big wins. And I think that many of us might have different thoughts when they see them. So for example, when I see nature-based solution, when I see land use, I was thinking about land repurposing, agricultural resilience. And I'm pretty sure that people are looking at or thinking about other things. It's just a thought. So it's really challenging actually to think of what's actually the action or what are we dealing with this. Even I feel, and there's some comments earlier that they are not the same things. Some of these are actions. Some of these are, I don't know, for example, the ecosystem impacts of drought to me is more similar to the dry well that we were dealing this morning, while the integrating drought with climate change, it's a different thing. I mean, it's a different, are different levels of, but I know it's really difficult to get to something, and it's great that we have this. And my second comment, it's about, I'm sorry for, again, I'm not an environmental expert. I feel that we also are biased for the people that are here, and we don't have a lot of environmental experts here. And so that should be also thought.
Thank you for that. That was pointed out by a member of the public online as well. When we get to public comment, I'm sure we'll hear a little bit more about that. I would, to the issue of how broad some of these topics are, the development team spent quite a bit of time talking about potential subtopics for each that might fit under each one of these as well. And I don't know, Anthony, Julie, Glenn, Claire, anything that you wanted to speak to about, you know, kind of the thinking around all the different subtopics that could fit under each one of these things.
Anthony Novacero, DWR. Thanks, Sam. You're right. We really deliberated on how to kind of come up with these focus areas, because they're, what do we say, Claire, 100 and whatever number. So yeah, I mean, like under infrastructure plan, some of the focus areas were reservoir reoperations, right? So that's where we kind of thought we'd plug that in. Some of it was FloodMar, right? Or FURO or whatever. So those would fit in some of those topics. So that's where we were thinking that these 6 kind of coalesced around the majority of what folks were thinking about out of the 100 and plus. But by no means that any of them have, although we're talking sequencing, we're not talking priority. We intend, or we hope with your support, that we're going to address all of these and more in the focus area groups that are listed. So thanks.
Thanks, Anthony. So we have just a couple more minutes on this topic. Wanted to throw out an idea, and again, no formal decision or anything, and I'm going a little bit off script. Hopefully that doesn't make staff too nervous, but one of the things that's been mentioned is again how difficult and challenging it is to split all of these up and kind of make them as cohesive or at least relatively self-contained as the focus areas we talked about this morning. So this concept of principles or items that could be applied to all focus areas has come up. And when I look at the list and when I look at the results you prepared, it really seems like the bottom 3, water resource operations, infrastructure and planning, and land use, you know, those are things that, while not simple to deal with or to address, are at least kind of cohesive buckets to some degree. When I think about climate change, nature-based solutions, and reducing ecosystem impacts, those are more principles that could be applied across all of the different focus areas. I'm very curious, just looking around the group, does that concept resonate with folks? And again, no formal decision or anything, but I'd love to see if that kind of makes sense, that line of thinking agrees with a lot of you, or if you have any kind of pushback or concern with that, because it could, the answer to that question could really help us sort out how we address those other topics. What do folks think? Yeah, Andrew.
I mean, I think I agree, except for maybe the land use planning. I mean, I think that is almost more of a bigger principle thing, you know. So if we're talking about our domestic well topic, I mean, the land use planning is a part of that, and that's what we've, you know, what we've talked about. So that's my only sort of comment on that.
That's great. Oh.
Justine Massey with Community Water Center. My only concern there is that often when we get into conversations about the last 3, and especially water resources and operations and infrastructure and planning, that conversations, at least in the spaces I've been in, they tend to very quickly go towards really specific projects, really specific costs, wanting approval, proposals, and things like that. And the conversations around climate change, nature-based solutions, ecosystem impacts they get pushed for later and rarely really get included. So I don't disagree with some of the framing that you said, but I'm not sure how to address that issue without giving them at least their own category.
Understood. Thank you. That's a really good point. Other thoughts or kind of closing comments before we wrap up this portion of the discussion? Okay. Well, I think we have quite a bit of information to chew on here, and we'll put together, I think, a proposal on how we see these rolling out. At this point, we were scheduled to take a break, but you all just did. So let me look to staff and the rest of the team. Do we just want to roll directly into the annual report discussion? What's your preference? Okay. You good? You ready for a stretch? All right. Yeah. Okay. So why doesn't everybody come back in 10 minutes? We'll reconvene at 3:05. 10 minutes, 3:05.
Okay, we'll just go. When he's done.
Can we invite everybody back to the tables? We're gonna get it started before we start flashing the lights on and off.
Open the windows. The flashing lights. Okay, everybody. So this is going to be a short segment, less content driven than those the rest of the meeting has been so far, but we have an annual report coming. And so in the design of this DRIP collaborative group initially was the idea that we needed a regular product to be able to look to. And so in designing this, because it wasn't stated in the law, there was a lot of places in the law where we needed to fill in of how many people are in this group, what exactly does it look like, what is it going to do exactly, and then what is it going to produce. And so one of the things we do want it to produce is recommendations. This group is not necessarily at this point for very lofty, solid recommendations at this point, it seems like but maybe people might disagree, but the idea for an annual report was that it was doable for DWR staff and to try to do it quickly so that it would get it out and it not be a massive, what was the impact of the last drought? That's not the type of thorough history documentation that we need to do for this. We need to establish just sort of the recap, memorialize what was discussed and agreed on, these priority focus areas, and in the beginning of the roadmap, which seems like where we're at right now. And the idea is to get it out by the timeline is to publish it by January 2024. So, which being at a state agency is pretty quick turnaround. But we want that, right? We don't want to have it still trying to think about the annual report next April when we meet again, right? I hope you guys agree. Now, so that's the timeline. Now, again, the purpose is just to really memorialize the input and discussions. The future annual reports, we would think that there will be more, what did you call it? Muscle? What's the stage after the muscle that building muscle, and then whatever the next step was, but
it'll be more robust.
Yeah. Thank you. But exactly, could be certain recommendations for supporting certain things or doing different, it could look different ways. But the audience of this is as it's written in the structure of the DRIP collaborative charter and kind of how we developed this was that it would be submitted to the governor's office and the secretaries of the agencies. So Natural Resources Agency, Cal EPA, what's the other one? CDFA, the California Department of Food and Agriculture. Sorry, where's Jameson? and it will be published publicly. So, and the scope again is really these 3 meetings and the virtual meetings we've had in between. So, and to make it short enough so it's digestible to that audience. And that's pretty important, because it doesn't mean that we're going to go through each of the 100 ideas, and that could be referenced and pointed to because it is on the web right now, but it won't, just for archival purposes, but something that is hopefully readable. Do you want to add anything? Or you want to clarify? Or did anybody want to have questions?
Anthony Novacero, DWR. So just a little more clarity. The inaugural annual report will just be more administrative, like Julie was saying, just reporting out about what had happened during our meetings, what has happened in between, any information we want to share with the public. The hope is that after that, and we start to build that muscle, and with your help, your efforts and input, we start tackling these focus areas, and we start coming up with ideas and recommendations from the group to state agencies to help implement. And that would go into the subsequent annual reports.
So the only thing that I was going to add on to that, at the start of the meeting, we talked a little bit about what the process was and how the group will actually make decisions. So this is when we're circling back around to that. As Anthony mentioned, this first annual report is very much kind of administrative. Julie mentioned as well, the goal is to memorialize feedback. There's not a formal decision that's needed by all the DRIP members as a result, because you're not necessarily agreeing to anything. It's really just setting the stage for those future reports where you start developing specific actions. If you think back all the way to April and even before, when you applied to and were invited to join the DRIP, you received a welcome packet. And one of the things in that welcome packet was a charter. It's probably been a long time since anybody's looked at it, but it does include a section on DRIP decision making. So I just wanted to remind the folks that in that report, there's one specific section, and it says that the DRIP collaborative will operate on a consensus basis, meaning as close to or full agreement as possible, representing all of the interests seated at the table. We fully understand and acknowledge, and I saw Grace making a face there, and she mentioned it during one of the VMs as well. That's not always possible. You're a large group with very diverse interests. That's understandable, and it's expected in any group of this size. So the charter, at least as currently written, says that if consensus is not agreed to on a particular recommendation, or say future annual reports that the DRIP will be asked to make a formal decision around, then we'll go to a simple majority vote, and the chair of the group, which is in this case DWR and Chris Chernell specifically at the moment, will be asked. That's how a decision will be made, based on the chair's input and a vote of a majority vote of this group. That's the process that's in place right now, but we just wanted to kind of remind folks that that is in your materials, and at least for the time being, that's kind of the decision-making process we're going to use going forward. So we wanted to pause for just a moment and see if you had any questions about the annual report outline that Julie walked through, decision-making, or kind of the administrative nature of this first one. So I see one hand up from Grace, and we'll just kind of build out a queue from there. Grace?
Grace Person with CivicWell. Julie, you mentioned that this is going to be publicly available. Did we get clarity on where this is? Is this going to the state legislature, or is it just living with, we don't have what? Sorry.
It will be submitted to the governor's office and the agency secretaries. So the state agencies.
Do we want to, so if,
and we'll post it on,
yeah,
as a public.
Here's my thoughts.
Okay.
Administratively, that's fine. When we have calls for action and we have real recommendations and, the meat on the bones, I'm sorry, vegans, it would be great in our annual report if this body could be explicit around what we want the governor and the agency secretaries to do with this information, and to see if that gets traction. So we can actually see coming back, that our input is making a difference some way.
And they won't always be like the recipients or like the ones that need to make the changes. Like as part of the recommendations could look different than that, than say, Governor, please do this. I'm not sure how. Oh yeah, Anthony has a microphone, so I'm going to let him.
I know I don't have my phone, but I'll be super loud, so maybe someone can hear me.
No one can.
The gist.
Thank you.
The gist is, I think one of the ways that this task force can be super effective is hearing not just feedback from the agencies on how they like receive this information, but what are they doing to be responsive to that feedback? Because if we're just producing a report and sending it out and the agency receive it and then send it down to staff to work on, but that never comes back to us, regardless of the staff members on, or not staff, yeah, agency staff members on the task force. I'm asking for a feedback loop. That's all.
Did you have a?
Anthony Officer, DWR. Just in response to you, Grace, I think that's fair. We leave it up to the membership on how they want to make recommendations and if they're specific enough to provide direction or recommendation to agencies and how to implement, the governor's office, how to implement whatever it is. I think that's the feedback we're looking for. There's not necessarily any promise in the legislature in SB 552 that would happen, that, be held accountable, but certainly we can track it. We could see how far things get implemented, right? I mean, I think that's totally in the purview of this group. So I'm just trying to set expectations, basically.
All right, thanks. Nancy, please.
I just want to say, maybe we get to that, your point, we can deal with that later when we have a report that has recommendations. We're about a year away from that, so.
That in order to have impact, sometimes
So for those joining online, Grace was just reiterating the need for kind of feedback loop as specific recommendations are brought up and approved by this body. Yeah, Sierra.
Yeah, just adding on to that, wasn't the DRIP collaborative, I'm so sorry that I don't know this off the top of my head, but wasn't this a legislative ask specifically?
To form it, the DWR establish it.
Yeah.
With the water board and other state agencies as relevant.
Yeah. So I think to Grace's point, we should, if the legislature asked us to be formed and asked us to spend this time working on this, I do think it's important that they all receive, I don't know, send it to everybody. Specific, like send it to their email addresses, because they're asking us to spend this time, and I want to make sure that in a way that we're responsive to that ask, and that also that they see that this is a huge amount of work that we're putting in. So
Yeah, I definitely, think it would be, we'd talk to our legislative folks and liaisons, and I'm sure that it's likely that it's fine that we send that to the legislative leaders and the chairs of the relevant water related committees.
Wonderful, thanks. All right, any other final thoughts? Okay, so just to close the loop, reminder that the draft will be, this first one is going to be primarily administrative and just a recap of everything that you've discussed and the priorities that you've identified throughout the year.
There'll be a little, some bit about what a structure is, how it's established, how those letters of interest that you guys submitted and that.
Yeah. So a question, you mentioned a draft in early December. Is the expectation right now that will be publicly posted as well, or is it more of a kind of internal draft?
And that won't be public. There won't be a public comment draft, internal.
Okay, great.
We're not looking for.
Sorry.
Anthony Novisero, DWR. We're not necessarily looking for public comment and make edits to the administrative draft for that first annual report. If anything, we may send it out to the members so that we make sure that, you know, we're capturing your input correctly. We're quoting you correctly. And then we'll process from there. So.
That's great. Thanks. Okay, well, that's what we had for you regarding the annual report. We are a little bit ahead of schedule, which I'm sure is fine with folks. The next item that we had up is public comment, and I apologize, I have to move back so that I can unmute people. So for members of the public joining us online today, now is your opportunity to address the drip about any of the items that you've heard throughout the day today, or anything that you see appearing on the agenda. If you are a member of the public and you're interested in providing public comment, I would ask that you use the hand raise feature found on your Zoom, the Zoom controls at the bottom of your screen. And we'll go ahead and just take a few comments. We'll start with folks in the room and then move to individuals online. So looking around to our members of the public here in the room, is there anybody that would like to address the drip or provide public comment? Okay, we'll circle back around to you if something comes up, but let's go ahead and switch to the folks online. All right, the first comment we have is from Kaya Rivers. So Kaya, I'll go ahead and unmute you, and I welcome you to introduce yourself to the group and provide your comment. Thanks, Kaya.
Hi, everyone. Thank you. It was great tuning in today. My name is Kai Rivers. I'm a policy advocate with Community Water Center. And knowing that the DRIP Collaborative is one of the 3 main arms under SB 552, I asked that the collaborative really focus their efforts on implementation of SB 552 at the local level, as successful county implementation of SB 552 should be really considered as one of the main efforts for drought preparedness for domestic wells. And CAVC has been following county implementation of SB 552 and has provided feedback to a county's drought resilience plan. And the plan did not fully consider each element required under SB 552, such as the creation of a consolidation plan for domestic wells and state small water systems, thorough analysis of domestic well communities at risk for drought, and an analysis of how the county plans to fill funding gaps to ensure that county drought response can be robust. And it's really imperative that the collaborative work together to determine what is needed to ensure that DWR has the power to provide feedback and confirm completeness of county drought resilience plans. We really need a backstop to ensure that these plans will be effective in preparing for domestic well impacts. And if this doesn't happen, we need to determine how domestic well users will be supported in the future, knowing that we're entering a period where state funding may not be as available for this type of support. How can we really work together to ensure that GSAs will continue to provide funds under mitigation plans to support hauled water, bottled water, and long-term solutions, and how can that be coordinated? Thank you.
Wonderful. Thank you, Kaya. A lot of what you said, I think, was reflected by other member comments throughout the day. Appreciate you joining us. While we wait for any other members of the public to use the hand raise feature or join us here in the room, I was asked to read a comment off from Sonia Sanchez. Unfortunately, she had to leave before public comment. Reflecting back on the discussion of data, she mentioned that the U.S. Drought Monitor and California Drought Monitor is not an accurate representation of drought. It does not capture what is taking place in our aquifers, presumably local aquifers. And if there is going to be a metric that triggers state response of funding for drought, it cannot be the Drought Monitor. She mentions that she's brought this up before and heard from DWR that they're looking at developing a new tool that will capture drought-related aquifers, and that is what's really needed. The general public hears the drought is over because that's what's shared in the media, and they use the Drought Monitor as a gauge, which again is inaccurate. She closes by saying she's highly supportive of a statewide messaging campaign around dry wells, education, and available resources. Thank you, Sonia, for that. I'll note that there's a number of other chats that have been provided as well. Those will be captured and reflected in the meetings, the overall meeting summary for the day. Any other comments from members of the public? Okay, well, please do keep those chat messages coming in. As I mentioned, they will be captured in the summary. At this point, like I said, we're a little bit ahead of schedule, which is definitely not a bad thing. The final major item that we have on our agenda today is a series of informational items. Those include a hydrological update from Janine Jones, an update and status report on SB 552 county task forces, an update on domestic well data, and finally, a short discussion of an overview of what we're labeling informational 101 level series. That was a request that came specifically out of VM1 for those that attended, and we just wanted to confirm that we have the right topics identified. I will note that Janine is not here quite yet, so we'll switch to her as soon as she gets here. But if I could, I'll hand it over to Julie for an update and status report on SB 552 county task forces. Apologies as I zip through Janine's slides here. It's a surprise. That's right. All right.
I did only one slide because I thought I had really quick, but so we can talk a bit more about this. Great. So Julie Ekstrom, DWR. So I didn't animate this, and I apologize because I thought I was under, very tight time restrictions. But so what was brought up in a public comment in July was to the request for more information about what's going on with the counties and their task forces. And so just so everybody's on the same page, if you were not following what, all is in SB 552, and Suzanne was talking about also this morning, was that counties have two major new responsibilities under SB 552 related to domestic wells and state small water systems. Those are water systems with 5 to 14 connections, just to be clear. So not public water systems. So that the counties have to develop a task force or some alternative, but a task force that is inviting, maybe Suzanne could remind me, but the groundwater sustainability agencies, members of the public or users of the water suppliers, community-based organizations, and others, right? And then the second piece, so that the deadline for that, it was written in law, was January 1st, 2022. The law was passed in September 2021, so it was a pretty quick turnaround expectation. And the second piece, which there is no deadline stated in the law, requires that the counties develop a plan. We call that a county drought resilience plan. And it needs to include, and it could be a standalone plan, or it could be incorporated into other existing plans, but it needs to include a drought risk assessment of domestic well, state small water systems, and needs to include the short-term interim solutions and emergency response and long-term mitigation strategies, which needs to consider at minimum consolidation plan and assessment, domestic well mitigation plan, and emergency response plan. So that is what we call the county DRP, or drought resilience plan, and we had to come up with something. So I'm giving the longer story about all this because I want to make sure you guys know where this is all coming from, and that we first received calls after this law was passed from counties saying, okay, what do we do? Give us some guidance. The state needs to give us guidance on what does this mean. I thought, great, okay, we could do that. We can do that working with counties. And so we formed a work group. Sierra was in it. Thank you. And it was made up of 12 counties, and we had 4 public webinars about it. And so informing the counties that this is what's going on. We reached out as widely as we could. at the time, and they were pretty well attended. And so we would meet with the work group in between each of the webinars to develop this guidebook. And so it was some stepwise through those elements of the plan and what does the task force mean. And so getting an idea of what can this guidebook look like. And then we would bring pieces of it and go over it with the work group to get the text going. And so then we had a public comment period about the guidebook. And this is really important because there was no standard it was based off of. So this was the first time counties had to do this type of work. And so then now in that same time, we were asking, well, what else do you need? Because we knew from doing the CDAG that Andrew mentioned, that was the County Drought Advisory Group that was mandated under AB 1668, that's the Making Conservation Way of Life, that we had to host a process to come up with these recommendations that counties were going to have a hard time, and that it was there often was a disconnect between the counties and the GSAs, and the land use planning wasn't always incorporated into the water planning. And so counties said to us, well, to do this, we also need some funding because this was a unfunded mandate. And so okay, well, we'll work on that kind of a jump start program to try to get some funding out. Planning grants was the first idea, and this all came from county input. And so then shopping around, okay, well, how's this going to work? How about a planning grant? And, talking to other counties. And then we ran into some counties that said, oh, we don't want a planning grant. We don't want to deal with the state and the way that the grants work. We don't even have the capacity to start to even come up with a proposal or do the invoicing and all that is necessary especially for this small amount of money for just developing a plan. And so what we did was we developed two options for each county. And so this is one of the things I'm reporting on, because this map doesn't make total sense unless you know all that's going on right now with the counties. And so we are offering a planning grant and to all counties, or they can have the option of signing up for direct technical assistance, and which is usually called DTA. But so we have we are calling them, we call from the CAOs, or the county administrative officers, to the environmental health programs. So they all play different roles in the counties and with water. There are some few counties that have a very clear intersection between SB 552 requirements and GSAs, the groundwater sustainability agencies, but that's rare and special. I'd say that there are some that don't even talk to each other, and then of course there are many counties that don't have any groundwater sustainability agencies because there's no basins. So every county is very different. And so by doing all these phone calls, we've been talking to them of, do you have a task force? What is SB 552? Like, we are still having conversations with some counties about just getting them up to speed. They've had lots of staff turnover and filling new positions. And so just trying to help them understand, what is SB 552 and what does that mean for counties? Who do they want to make sure is part of this conversation, that could even imagine starting to be part of the task force? And then, who needs to be part of this plan development? And then we can get to the next stage of, okay, do you want a grant or do you want this direct technical assistance? And so that has been the trajectory of our conversations with almost each county. And then we have then they go back and they, talk and decide which direction they want to go. And we are happy with either one. We just want to make sure that we can help as many as we can. And then, so we have, what we've seen in here in the map is this tan color are those that we've heard from that say that they have a standing drought task force that is consideration of domestic wells and state smalls. They can also have an existing water or natural resource task force committee that includes the consideration of domestic wells and state smalls, because that's allowed by law. but they do need to have invited the appropriate people that are listed in the law, right, as Suzanne mentioned this morning. Now, there are 2 counties that we're aware of that have both a task force and a county plan adopted. And one of them is around this table. So she's well aware of all this. And then, but slow on the uptick, but we came out with that guidebook in March, and then we came out with the assistance program at that time too. And it took counties a long time to they weren't signing up the next day, which is what I thought. But I'd never done anything, hadn't done something like this before. So, it took many months and then also many conversations. And so, but what this part is, so what the little dots on the map show, and we'll make a memo for this to put on the webpage, and can include a table. So, 2 different ways to look at this is that this is basically showing the plans and the task forces coming, because both the direct technical assistance and the grants that we're offering right now can help with, they might help with the plan, but they also might really need help with putting together their task force, because in some places that's a really big lift, because maybe you have 20 something GSAs, or maybe you have a county that just doesn't talk to they don't talk to one another, and there's lots of learning. So this is a learning opportunity just to get these people at the same table. So that we have 3, it's not marked on here just because we just, oh yeah, there's 3. The 3rd grant we just got the other day, or the proposal. So we're going to try to get those out pretty quickly. That's the update. But since we have a little time, does anybody have any questions? Anything Water Board wants to add on the, okay.
Brent?
We talk about this with the Water Board a lot. So
I just had a quick question. I see counties that have no dots, no color, and nothing has happened. Is there penalties for them not getting this done?
well, that's a good question. There's nothing in the law that says that. And so the way that DWR operates is that we don't create enforcement where it's not dictated in the law or penalties, or there's nothing in. So
there was one hand up over here, and then we'll go over to Laura. Suzanne.
Suzanne Petchy from the South American Subbasin. So will these plans, drought resiliency plans for domestic well owners, be made public? And how will they be made public? Are there requirements in SB 552 that the public know about them? I mean, I just read a hazard report from my local jurisdiction that I didn't know anything about, and I bet I'm the only one in my local jurisdiction that has ever read it. So if they're not made, and it's checked the box, it was made public. So how will they be made public? And I think they should be made public if it's about drought resiliency.
Yep, great question. So in the law itself, it doesn't say anything about that. So you could interpret that as that they don't necessarily. A lot of the counties are following the Brown Act or making their task forces public. Definitely we encourage them strongly to make them public. But if they're part of this program, and you can see we have quite a few more coming, so that the filled in dots here are the ones that have already enrolled and are applied for the direct technical assistance or the grant. And then that's the direction they're considering. So if all these do sign up for that, and we're going to encourage them, then they will need to submit their plan at the end to the portal that we'll be releasing in November. So DWR receives a lot of reports from urban suppliers and from counties and cities for under different legislation. And so we're adding a module to that right now, where counties would just post they would enter a few or answer a few questions about their task forces, and then upload their plans so that they are all in one place. And actually, we're doing that less of to keep an eye on them and more to meet their request. We got several counties asking us, where are we going to submit this? We want to be able to submit it to the state so we can see that, so that they can see that it's done. And so we're calling it a sharing portal, but it will, as soon as they submit it, it'll be public. So to answer that question.
All right, over to Laura next and then Grayson.
Laura Ramos, California Water Institute at Fresno State. And I had a follow-up to the answer from Brent's question. So you said that the task force were supposed to be created by 2021. 22. Oh, that's right.
The
It was
beginning of
passed in 22. And so the law requires them to do one by that date, but you have no way of enforcing that they do that? So the law says they have to, but you can't enforce the law?
Anybody want to, yeah, that's what happens when legislation gets, yeah.
Anthony Navasero, DWR. Yeah.
Thanks, Anthony.
It'd be great if the legislature gave us the authorization to. I think that's what we're looking for. But when they don't, we can't enforce it, right? I mean, much like any other state agency, unless we're given authorization. Well, there are other means of recourses, and I'm not suggesting any right now. So, but you know, if they're anyway, I'm
So
not
that
touching
could
the
be-
third rail.
So that could be part of some of the recommendations that we make?
There we go. Thank you, Laura and Anthony. Let me go to Grace first and then over to Justine.
Hi, Julie. It's Grace with CivicWell. I noticed that we have the task force, and then we have task force and county plan adopted. Yet, you know, the statute says you can repurpose another body and planning document to meet this requirement. Do we know which counties have submitted alternate documents to meet this requirement? Because I don't see county having a plan, but not yet a task force. Because I'm curious because there was at some point, I don't remember when, a drought mitigation or a drought response or something drought plan that counties could do.
So when we say county plan adopted or standing task force, so those in the law, I think it's an alternate or in lieu of, you know, that has that for both the task force and the plan. I don't know of any county that has done this without developing a standalone plan. And I only know of 2 counties that have completed plans. And we are talking to almost all the counties. So, and we're asking them. So if they don't know about it, then it doesn't really exist. You know, it is really a new thing to put this on counties of, I mean, nobody was dealing with the domestic wells before. I mean, I don't know if that's the right wording, but you know, in terms of drought resilience, preparedness, and response, it wasn't in the realm of, you know, what was done.
Justine Massey with Community Water Center. I just wanted to make a quick comment based on the previous conversation about enforceability. Not assuming that DWR wants to take this route, but something that is almost always possible when there's like grants or state funding involved is that you just make receiving that money contingent on fulfillment of something. So that's well within something that we could recommend to help incentivize that. And that doesn't have to be DWR's grants. Those sounds like those already rolled out, but obviously drought response is a huge issue within our state, and we could incentivize counties to take the preparatory steps.
Thanks, Justine. Let me go over to Sierra and then back to Grace. And then after that, we'll move on to the next informational update. Sierra?
Thank you. And as someone who's been tasked with having to respond to SB 552, I want to compliment Julie and her team because they really have been really proactive in reaching out and working with us. And, you know, I feel like it's been a partnership more so than some other efforts that I've been involved with that are responses to unfunded mandates that sort of came out of the blue. I mean, I had not heard of SB 552 until I got an email saying, hey, this passed, you know, you've got 3 months to get a standing drought task force that will live in perpetuity, that has to meet all these. It's just, you know, it's as if we don't have anything else going on. So it wasn't, and this is absolutely not DWR's fault because they've really picked up the ball and ran with it, but it wasn't rolled out in the way that it could have been to lend itself to more successful implementation. So I think I'm hoping that everyone will get there, but again, not having having a task force deadline of 2 months that has to involve a huge amount of coordination, and then to have no deadline on the plan, those are huge flaws in the way everything was written. And so, I want to caution against being too hard on counties who haven't gotten there yet, because they are doing a lot right now. Don't forget that there were a bunch of emergencies that have happened between then and now in most of these counties. But yes, compliments to DWR for the rollout and for the, making the funding or technical service. I think that was really clever and very adaptive, because for us, it was easy for Santa Cruz County to comply because we already have a standing water body that meets every other month. It's been around for 30 years. I happen to be the staff person for it, which made it really easy for them to adopt the through the alternative process, the charge of SB 552 implementation. And then we created a working group that invited all of the participants outlined in the requirement to develop our plan. And those were all Brown Act, all public, and all of that. Our website still has all of the meetings, everything that was said, who was involved, all the presentations, it's all public. But again, it was really easy for us because we already had the infrastructure in place. And my role happened to facilitate that, just being the person. So I do think that the DRIP could do a lot to advance the success of SB 552. And there are probably changes to the legislature that we could recommend to make it more successful. But I want to make sure that it's clear to everyone that this wasn't something that we all worked on before the legislation was passed. This was something that we were completely blindsided by this when it came out. So yeah, that was my little soapbox.
All right. Thanks, Sierra. Grace, you're good? Okay. At this point, let's go ahead and move on to the next all right. So we'll move on to the next informational update on domestic well data. All right. So similar to the last one, we have a few slides to run through, and then we'll open it up for some comment. Thank you. Sure, context is good.
Do you want this?
Nope.
Okay. Okay. This informational item is responding to the one that Andrew Aldeval brought up in the last DRIP meeting about wanting to bring up what does the state have for domestic well data? So this is the beginning. Thank you, Ben.
All right. Thank you for the context. Ben Blazing. I work at DWR in the Sustainable Groundwater Management Office. I lead the data support section that is a spinoff of the technical assistance section that Stephen Springhorn leads. you'll have to do with me today as everyone's understudy. But Julie reached out because she knows we get all excited when we talk about well inventories, and I love to talk about the OSCAR data set. So here you go, random deep dive. And she had mentioned to us that this topic came up and that there would be an info item today. So we connected briefly once or twice also with Andrew to see what we should be talking about. And I think everyone shares the understanding that there's a need for a comprehensive statewide inventory of domestic wells. But as soon as Julie very quickly, based on our discussion, put a problem statement together, I struck out the domestic part and the active part. And I would really like the comprehensive solution to be an inventory of all wells, not just of active wells, and really then to make it part of the scope to track the status. And I'll go into other programs that collect data around wells and what they do and what they don't. And because SGMA hosts, among other things, the online system for well completion reports, I will be talking about that a little bit. But based on that initial discussion, I'll try not to read it. But the problem so far is that while we have a lot of programs that collect data and inventories around wells, no one has the directive, the scope, the authority, and the resources to really do that, to be able to answer all questions around wells. There's a patchwork of programs that all talk to each other, and it's a pretty lossy process. And the relevance is that this data is currently being used a lot by local agencies, by state agencies, to try to assess risk or vulnerabilities, just to see where are wells, and then to apply different scenarios to those. Hopefully not glossing over this too much. And I took notes, which I usually never do, so this is clumsy. So I won't go into any specific solutions to the problem, but just want to open up the conversation to what the status quo is, and then make myself available for future gatherings to listen in, so we can hear what actual needs are. This is a slide I stole from Stephen. He always likes to animate everything. I'll skip through it. So one of the data sets, of course, is the well completion report data set, which is a tremendous resource that we often rely on to summarize information about data. I think it's a good data set to do, to make regional statements about it. Sometimes it's hard to find specific records, and we'll go into detail into that. Those numbers are rough, and more recent numbers are a little bit higher. This slide is a little bit outdated, but the order of magnitude is correct. If you look at the number of all wells that are not monitoring wells, but actually extraction wells, it's greater than 300,000 that have gone in or have been reported to us since 1977. Of those drinking wells or domestic wells, 255,000 irrigation wells, other types of wells that we also collect data for. So just to talk a little bit about what well completion reports are, water well drillers have to report to the department a report of completion whenever they construct a well, modify it, or destroy it. So what came up earlier too about enforcement. So the earlier slide showed like who you haven't gotten responses from. So that's a known unknown. With wells, it's even more fun. We don't know what wells we haven't received reports for. So that's one of the many reasons why this data set is not complete. But anyways, while it's the favorite punching bag of many, this data set about pointing out what it can do, what it's not great at, it is a great resource, but one of many. So this is just a list, not complete, of different efforts that really collect, create local inventories, but also data sets related to wells. Later slide, we'll try to show like a schematic of how things interrelate. But obviously there's the well permitting agencies that are kind of on the front line of things, that collect permit information on wells. That's done by counties, cities, and water districts. Again, in a kind of bifurcated way, DWR receives well completion reports from water well drillers. Then there's ongoing local well inventory efforts by counties and GSAs. DWR has another program that collects reports around wells going dry, but that's again a loose connection to any other database. That's another need. Wouldn't it be nice to have a well inventory, and then you just have to tag that existing record with the status has gone dry. But now we have yet another data set that is loosely connected to other data sets. Then there's the Gamma program that collects water quality data for wells. They also look at well completion reports as a starting point, pour a lot more effort into refining location information, and then build a strong database that is also loosely connected to the OSCA database. Then CASHIM is the DWR's a statewide groundwater level database that collects a lot of data around wells. And then there's the SAFER program by the state board, and then NGOs that also compile information around wells. And again, I don't know if that's the next slide. Yes, this is my slide that is not completely a flying spaghetti monster, but a little bit messy. But that's not bad because it kind of conveys how messy it is currently, the situation. And if you ask anyone to draw a map, people tend to draw themselves in the middle. And that's why you'll see kind of the well completion report database in the middle. And that's just what happens. But I'm sure you could like turn that inside out. And if you were to draw it, probably the county would be in the middle and everything makes sense. So this is just something that I tried to put down in the last few days preparing for that. And now after the fact, I'm thinking about what does it mean? But I think a few main takeaways is, yes, it's convoluted. And the other thing is that there's no universal well ID that would be part of a universal well inventory that all of these programs could refer to, this one well ID. And to kind of skip forwards to the vision that I think everyone shares is a universal well inventory. One thing that is really needed for it is also to have physical well ID tags, labels on wells. This photo is stolen from our neighbors in Oregon that have a program that administered that. And again, that is in the law, which we don't have to make that a requirement. But one thing that I often think about is just the timeline of who gets notified. And part of the fun is the bifurcation of information right from the start. When a well is being put in, water well driller pulls a permit. So right now, only the permitting agency knows about this intent to put in a well. DWR hears about it after the fact. We get a well completion report that only some permitting agencies get a copy of if they choose to insist on it. Again, enforcement, DWR collects these. The driller must do it. My kids must do a lot of things. If they don't do it, what happens? I can yell at them. Still nothing happens. They still don't pick up their, so it's kind of decades of this. And also oftentimes you provide constructive feedback, say like, hey, you should improve something here on this well completion report. You never hear back from them. What are you going to do about it? So that's, again, just the status quo. It's not good or bad. It is what it is. And then another point too is that OSCA, the online system for well completion report, is not a database of wells. It's a database of well completion reports that the department has received. So I sometimes say we collect the birth and death certificates of wells. And just like with humans, that's great. But every now and then we want to know, well, how many people live here? That's why we have a census, right? And so just collecting these events, the information based on events, is not enough to really get a lay of the land. So again, just problem statement, there is a need for the directive and authority for someone to take this on with the resources that will be needed. But also, one thing, a couple of years ago, the thinking was maybe, well, the state should really step in and help doing this. But in the meantime, and in some areas for forever, there's great local inventory efforts going on. And I think my perspective has changed a bit, that rather than having a centralized well inventory that is administered on a state level, maybe more a federated process where the job of the state can be to help define minimum data standards, again, proposing a well ID labeling program, and then to look at existing workflows that can be used to not just create a well inventory that will immediately go stale, but to maintain it. And one of the vehicles that seems obvious is again the local enforcing agencies that folks have to talk to when they do something with wells. But of course, there's a huge implication for huge resources that will be needed on a local level. So in our conversations with the board, as well as with California Water Data Consortium and other folks, those are kind of the things that we're thinking about. And then also just to acknowledge that there's a whole lot of other programs, again, that really do their best trying to compile this information. And we're always chasing the information and always need to talk to each other. And it's pretty lossy. And again, don't want to go into like making specific recommendations, but as was discussed here, I think this is a great group to make those recommendations informed by reality on the ground on a local level. So I'm happy to take questions now, and again, offering Sigmo up for future discussions to listen in and to answer questions.
All right, thanks, Ben. I see one card up. We'll start with Jason. And there we go.
Yeah, question, Jason Colombini representing Ag. Question, with the new rules on nitrate testing, where does that incorporate into this? Because I know we have to write exactly where our wells are at when we bring the test in. It's supposed to be, it maps it based on its GPS location. So is that part of this too, or?
So I definitely can't answer the specifics, but other folks who live in the water quality realm will be. But I think this is already one more example of yet another program that has to collect data. And then you want to do the right thing and you say like, what should I call this well, right? And like, because you have to do it quickly a lot of times under some mandates, people go like, I'll make up my own ID. And then later you try to cross-reference it. And so that's one more example, but do you have a microphone?
Yeah, I was just gonna say, and that one in particular, so that's Central Valley irrigated lands, requirement to test domestic wells on ag parcels for nitrate. So that information goes into Gamma, and then as Ben said, there's not an ID that's associated with the parcel number of the ag parcel that the well is located on, right? And so it makes it hard to do comparison with other data sets because of that sort of thing. Yeah, but it is going into Gamma, and you can find the information there.
Thanks, Andrew. Let me go to Nancy and then over to Sierra. Oh, and Tim and Albert.
Hey, Ben, thank you so much. This is really helpful. I wish we had this a while ago. Do you have any sense of what it would take to do a statewide well inventory in terms of estimated cost or people power?
Yeah, so to give you a 5-second answer, I think you need a dedicated group on the state level, either a mix between DWR and state board, but then I think quick and dirty, I would say a full-time equivalent in every county to support this, to backfill probably resource needs for existing requirements, but then also to really compile a well inventory that would probably take years in some cases to do this. Definitely for the first 5-ish years, I don't think it's laughable to say that you need a person to support that in each county, or maybe share that across counties that may not have as much going on. And then again, just the physical administration of IDs, I think, and the verification is just something that needs at least one person per county. So I think and then on the state level, I think it's going to be an IT project that requires resources. And then again, when it comes to enforcement, I think, again, rather than waiting for some people not to respond and then looking at punitive measurements, is really look at proactively somehow allocating funding for it, make that part of it. Because again, we tend to tell, I think, like, oh, on a local level, people need to do this. They know that, right? So all they need is the resources to do that. And again, to look at the existing workflows, I think it's a good fit to do this maybe on the permitting level. But again, those are future discussions.
Thank you.
Let's go over to Sierra next, and then Tim, Alvar, and Tammy.
All right, thanks, Ben. Yeah, I think relative to what it would cost at the local level, as part of the SB 552 funding that Julie was speaking about in the last presentation, so Santa Cruz County does have a well database. It's one of those things that every 5 years or so we do a bit of a push. It's got all of the well logs that DWR has, as well as some of our permitting data and other stuff. So it's actually, there's a framework to it. And we talked to our IT group at the county and was like, okay, well, how much money would it take to like take this and make it what we need, which we described. And they're like, oh, at least $500,000 realistically in terms of the amount of time. So we're requesting like 70,000 from DWR. So I think, Ben, you're spot on in saying, really would be a dedicated staff person for some time. And to capture a little bit about what I think we need that isn't, you said it's the well completion reports and then the well destruction. What isn't included in that is when wells are constructed, there's water quality tests if they're going to be domestic. We get that data at the county and we put it into an Excel spreadsheet that is unrelated to all of these other things. So now we want to incorporate that into our well database. The big thing that is not captured in well completion reports that is a huge missing piece of data from my perspective is all of the places where they put in a well permit and then a well driller went out there and tried to drill a well and there was no water or the water was bad.
So there is a well completion report type for it. It's like a drill and destroy type. But again, we don't know how many of those are not reported to us because one of the reasons why DWR collects those is not the enforcement of inspection, but to build a statewide resource. But that's a good point. And again, that's something best done at the local level to see what permits do you have open and to really look at what can be done. So that's an interesting point where sometimes we talk to local enforcing agencies like, hey, I think you have the power to not issue further permits if they don't close their permits, if they don't follow through, if they don't show verification that they've sent a well completion report to us. But that's a bit of a squeeze for local enforcing agency staff that is just taking heat from somebody at the front desk too. So I don't want to force anyone into that position.
Yeah. And then the last thing is the number of parcels served by the well. Sometimes that is something that we try to get at,
yes,
but that can change.
Yes,
that does change.
And to your question, Nancy, too, about what it takes, I think it's as often like a phase 1 desktop study, right? Look at available data sets, but really what's needed is like a canvas, like a census, go out to properties. And that's, of course, requires resources. But we do know that, for example, GSAs and their consultants are doing this. So I think there's probably a lot of work groups right now that could share a lot of notes. And maybe, again, this could be a forum where this can happen. I know Sigma is talking about facilitating that exchange to kind of get a better level of estimate of what the effort would take. And another thing that came up before is parcels. Oftentimes perfect is the enemy of good. And like, we want to know the exact coordinates, right? But like, do you ever like pull a permit to convert your garage into a bedroom, which I'm trying to do because I live in a tiny house in Davis. And then rarely do they say, what are the exact coordinates? No, they just want to know the parcel, right? Like for ag parcels, that's a little bit not enough, but for domestic wells and smaller parcels, often just a parcel. So like, what is kind of a minimum standard where we can easily exchange data, and parcels may be good enough. That's another tangent. But
I agree to an point, but it doesn't work if part of what you're trying to do is determine well interference from nearby, and it's a huge parcel, because then you do need to actually know where the wells are.
I agree. And if you don't know the exact coordinates, but you know the parcel, just use the parcel extent conservatively. So those are all good thoughts that we ponder all the time.
Who would have thought that sharing information about domestic wells would be a hot button topic?
I knew that.
Let me go next to Alvar and then over to Tammy. Thank you for hanging in with us.
Thanks so much. This is really interesting data. Actually, you mentioned that you work with a Sigma group. Okay, it's not about this. So my point is actually connecting a little bit in a maybe another direction. So I always thought, and I might be wrong, that actually our limitation is more on the groundwater levels than on the well reports. Because one question that I have is, I was thinking, is like, you are thinking about, having the complete, you mentioned the perfect is the enemy of the good. So a random question would be how, this is a great survey, at least, you don't have everything, but you have a great survey of how much in the state you have. So at least we know something. But actually my question was in another direction. Now with Sigma, I've been working with this and with the well completion report, and then mixing, intersecting it with groundwater levels to dry wells and stuff. And in most of the cases, we have 2 readings per year in the best case, and it's quite incomplete, the data set. Actually, now with Sigma, we are asking GSAs to report that. My question is, are you working, or is there a coordination between the Sigma requirements on groundwater levels and this? What I mean is that we could get that much better information if we coordinate Sigma efforts on groundwater levels, and hopefully not 2 readings per year.
Yeah, so the Sigma regulations call for 2 measurements per year minimally, and people will most likely do what they have to do. We are messaging that fairly consistently and tying that to our technical and financial assistance to message that more frequent data collection and reducing the lag of that the data is reported to us is really essential for not just hindsight review of what happened a year ago, 5 years ago, but to make that data set more actionable. So that is a great point that you bring up. And if that can be repeatedly voiced in whatever group you're in, that's, I think, really important to look beyond what you minimally have to do just under regs, but to really add value. So one thing that is related to this, we need more groundwater level measurements spatially, but also frequency wise. But well construction data is really important to put these data into context. Where are you measuring these groundwater levels? And especially also when it comes to groundwater quality. Same thing, like where is your well screened? And oftentimes the well completion reports are the best available information there too. So great point.
All right, thank you. Let's go to Tammy, and then we're going to move on to Nancy. We'll move on to our final information. Tammy.
Tammy McVeigh, Self-Help Enterprises. I just want to go back to something that Nancy asked earlier about, the cost or what it would look like for counties. I can say whenever they were working, counties were working on the local well inventory. We received all of the calls from the county because their records, those were paper records not scanned in, and they had to dig through files and archives. So the easier call was for self-help, and it put kind of a burden on self-help to have to go through our files and start digging through that and bring that forward, because that was before we were required to report on something. But then the reporting requirements changed. So it's a unique identifier for this one, but then a different unique identifier for that one. And so we like, oh my goodness, I just forgot your name. Sierra, like Sierra mentioned earlier, we've got about 17 different spreadsheets accounting for all of these different unique identifiers that puts us in that same box where we've got lines going. So it's really difficult when someone calls one person who is over water quality and then wants to know information about the new well drilled. We're like, that's the wrong spreadsheet. Let me go to this. And we tend to miss data. Stuff tends to fall between the cracks. So I think where I'm getting with all of this is it goes back to that support for data collection, of having one way to collect data and not multiple spreadsheets. Like some of our funding, well, actually all of our funding agreements, it doesn't cover a database that would give us one general location to enter in all of the wells that we're working on and the water quality. So I just want to add all of that. It's a whole lot to say at one time, but when counties are depending on us for those records, it becomes a burden on the organization who's doing the work, the technical assistance.
Yeah, totally agree. So again, the big picture solution will look something like this, to have a program that has no other job than to maintain a well inventory and is not specific to a subset of wells, and then other people are trying to piggyback on your well ID program. And just one closing thought, I have the big ask, or like the big solution to everything we talked about. What will it take? But there are things that we can already do also from DWR. Again, we can help better coordination between LEAs and DWRs to close that loop, again, to use their enforcement lever to have better reporting to DWR, but then also that DWR can facilitate the communication and coordination between LEAs and GSAs, that they work more closely together. And there's some technical things. And there was one last thing, but also, no, never mind. We can go on and on.
So I think Nancy had a direct response to Tammy's comment. We'll go to Justine, and then we are moving on to the next informational item.
Just really quick, just a point, Ben, you don't have to answer this now, but I would love to know what other Western states do in terms of their well inventories, if they have them. For maybe it's something we bring up some other.
Yeah, again, and I actually know embarrassingly little other than, for example, that Oregon example. And I think it's all, what they do is probably directed by legislation. So we can look at that too, because people rarely do stuff voluntarily and get yelled at for that. But that's a good question. And that's something that we can do, or this group can do, or whoever would do that. So thank you.
Yeah, sorry, I had the last question. Justine Massey with Community Water Center. Mainly, I just want to voice support. It's really important that we integrate all of these. And while I do not claim to be an expert on this, I wonder if the new developments in artificial intelligence could be useful in trying to fix this mess. Still really important to have humans directing that, obviously. But it seems like kind of a perfect example of like throwing messy spreadsheets and having it detect the patterns if we could get the rules right. I think those are the only points I wanted to make. Thank you.
Yeah, great comment. And that's something that is repeatedly tried on well completion reports, to read them, but then also inventories. But to address that, and then I promise I will leave, is to look at well completion reports and then not knowing where wells are. The other direction is like, where do you have water systems that connect, again, parcels, and look at parcels that are not connected to water systems. If there's a house in there, they're probably going to get their water from somewhere else. So there's a different angle to that lends itself to being a really good desktop study. And that's a different program, or could be part of that program.
And some of that work was done by Wes at UC Berkeley, the Water Equity Science Shop, for CWC's drinking water tools. Be happy to facilitate more conversations about that.
No shortage of discussion topics around domestic well data. We'll certainly be revisiting that a lot throughout the DRIP process and into next year. Next up, we have Janine Jones from the California Department of Water Resources to provide a hydrology and conditions update. Janine? Oh, thank you. And there's a clicker.
All righty. So, anyone want to guess where that picture is? Death Valley in August, and we'll come back to that in a minute. Okay, so speaking in terms of the water year that just ended, if you're interested, you can find this wrap-up report on the prior water year on DWR's website. And I assume you guys are probably getting copies of the slides, so you have the URL if you're interested. Okay, well, you know, we're just a little over 3 weeks into the new water year, so I'm not going to bore you with statistics on statewide precipitation that are meaningless at this point in the water year. Reservoir storage, however, you know, useful point. And hey, we're above average, no surprise, considering the water year that we just had. And, you know, this will be good if next year ends up being dry, because it means we have a cushion. So you can think of the next water year, or the coming wet season, whatever it is, being analogous to, say, 2020 or 2018. So in other words, we finished up a dry sequence, then we had a wet year. And, you know, so even if the coming year is dry, pretty good shape, you know, from a storage standpoint. And likewise on the groundwater side, which we were just talking about, that comment about wells are only measured twice a year. Well, you know, this is what our Cal Groundwater Live data set currently shows, but this is not the ultimate answer because, you know, groundwater recharge takes time. Yeah, it rained a lot this spring, but a lot of that rain didn't necessarily reach wells at the time those measurements were taken in the spring. And realistically, we won't have a great picture on, or a complete picture on what last year amounted to for groundwater until about the spring. You know, so hold that thought, but just pointing out that we do see some encouraging trends. And because groundwater does move more slowly than surface water, you don't look at just 1 year, you look at multiple years. So here we're looking at a year-to-year spring change for 1 year on the left and 3 years on the right. And as you can see, the dominant color scheme here is the yellow bar, which is no significant change. Now, the good news is that the 1 year change on this side, we see the red bar, which is bad, big decrease, isn't as big. Well, that's good because if you have a shallow well that's in close connection to surface water, yeah, you probably saw some measurable improvement in that well, assuming it was captured in this database. But on the other hand, if you have a very deep well that's a long way from, say, a recharge area like alluvial fan at the Sierra Nevada or the Transverse Ranges, you may not be seeing that for a while. So, you know, don't get too excited about these numbers, but it is nice to see that the red bar is smaller for the 1 year as compared to the 3 year. Now, talking about our interesting summer precipitation event. So, you know, let's face it, the wet season wraps up more or less in April or May, unless we have something really weird happening. And this was the first year in which we had a tropical storm watch issued for California. Now, the tropical storm didn't actually make landfall in California. It made landfall in Mexico. And we have only had one tropical storm in the historical record that actually made landfall in California, and that was back in 1939. So, you know, our climate and ocean conditions on the West Coast are such that we don't really see the storms, but we may see remnants. And the way that you get substantial precipitation in the summertime in Southern California, or in California, is in Southern California because of remnant tropical storms. We actually saw this in the summer of 2022, and then in this past summer, we saw it big time, and some places got several 100% of their annual precipitation. Now, of course, if you're a desert where the average annual precipitation is only 2 inches a year, it's not too hard to get multiple 100% of that. But this was a very wet event for Southern California and probably contributed to some groundwater recharge that may show up in the spring data. But some areas saw a lot of damage: Death Valley, Palm Springs, parts of the Inland Empire. So this was definitely an unusual event this past summer. Now, you know, this time of year, we're only 3 weeks into the water year. We don't talk about what did we have so far. We talk about what do we expect for the water year. And you've probably been hearing a lot of noise about the big El Nino and how it's going to be a flood year. Well, guess what? I'm here to rain on that parade, pun intended. So this is the long-term graphic of ENSO, El Nino Southern Oscillation Cycles. If you look at the bottom panel there, so that blue hump was the La Nina that persisted for several years, and the orange peak that's starting to develop is the El Nino that we are now in. Officially, we're now in a moderate El Nino. The most recent NOAA forecast is about a 30-ish% chance of a strong El Nino. But, you know, we can say at least a moderate El Nino. But here's the kicker. For California, there's almost no connection between ENSO status and precipitation, except in Southern California, where La Nina usually means dry. But we're talking about El Nino here. So this is a graphic showing some of the more recent El Nino years. And keep in mind, the whole ENSO data set is only 80 years. So we don't have a huge data set to work with. And, California can either be wet, dry, or average in an El Nino year. So, don't get too excited about, what the news media is making a fuss about, because you've really got equal chances among 3 different outcomes. So, could be a dry year, could be a wet year, who knows? And just as a further reminder, and I think I've showed this slide to this group before, but this is the long-term skill of the seasonal forecast that NOAA makes. This is for DJF, which is our wettest 3 months of the winter. This is a graphic of the Heidecke skill score, which I'm not even going to try to explain to you. But what you need to know is that white areas on the map mean no more skill than predicting average weather. Okay, what color is most of the map? White, yeah. And actually, as it says down here in this corner, their average skill over the entire US is 8 out of a possible 100. So in other words, this is a horoscope. You read it for entertainment value. You don't read it because you're going to use it to make decisions. And I remind NOAA of this fact all the time. And the reason, one of the reasons, well, 2 reasons that they have no skill. One is they're spending no money on the research to improve their forecasts. But the other one is they're really relying very heavily on ENSO. And, in much of the US, it doesn't work. The strongest ENSO signal is in the southern tier of the US, especially in Florida, where they get up to a skill score of 40 out of 100. But, still not very good. And for those of you who may have noticed, there was a PPIC blog post recently that talked about the fact that El Nino is not predictive. And it cited some research that we funded, which says that on average, ENSO status amounts to 25% of precipitation predictability in California. So in other words, don't believe what you read in the newspapers about it's going to be a really wet winter, because we really don't know. And just pointing out the Godzilla El Nino, which the news media had so much fun with in water year 2016. And some researchers were actually quoted as saying, it's going to be so wet that we'll need a Noah's Ark in Southern California. That was the 5th year of the 2012 to 2016 drought. So the forecast on the left, what actually happened on the right. And that was one of the 3 strongest El Nino years in the record. Okay, so we don't believe that one. And just to further hammer home this point, this is what happened last year. Okay, we had our 3 driest years in a row, and then bam. Did they get that forecast right? Well, no. So, you really can't pay any attention to this. And that's why we always tell people you have to be prepared for any water year. It could be really wet or really dry, because it could go either way. And if you're interested in more information on this topic, I would point you to our S2S website, which is something we are supporting as part of our lobbying effort to try and encourage the federal government to actually spend some money in this area, because it would be really helpful for water management. And for those that are interested, I may be reaching out to you, some of you in the springtime, to see if you want to sign onto our letter to the Appropriations Committee about giving NOAA some money to actually work on this. And just, wrapping up now, let's think about where we are in the big picture. So if we look at statewide runoff over a period of record that goes back to 1896, the yellow line is a smooth curve. And we see 2 big dips in that were very dry periods. The drought period of the 1920s and 1930s and our recent time period. And just for fun, I thought I would share the factoid that even as dry as it's been so far in the last, say, 10 years, 20 years, we still have not beat the long-term record of the 20s and 30s in terms of cumulative dryness. So you have work to do, people. We need to see if we can beat this record. But yeah, of course, the difference was, and this is my last slide, the difference was that in that drought period, California in 1930, the population was less than 6 million. We had less than half of the irrigated acreage. There were no impacts from that drought because the water use was so minimal, comparatively speaking. But obviously, we have that hydrology again today. It's a very different setting. So this is where I wrap up. Ask if there are any questions.
Wonderful. Thank you, Janine. So we do have just a few minutes for any questions on the hydrology update. Alvar, do you have? Okay. Justine? Well, that was so comprehensive that everybody's all set. Right. Expect more at your next meeting, likely in the April timeframe, when we'll be right in the middle of things. Many thanks, Janine, for that great update. Right. We have one final topic and then we'll start wrapping up. Scroll down to it. So at this point, Claire, I think you were gonna run through a couple of slides. Let me hand off Mike. Yep.
Sorry about that. All right, so we'd spoken earlier again about these informational 101 series. I believe Nancy brought it up first in our in-person meeting in July, and it came up on our virtual. Sorry, I know this is two options. All right, I know it came up again in our virtual meetings. So we wanted to just cover that we are thinking about these informational series. These are the potential topics that have come up. Jason, you had mentioned the US Drought Monitor and the California Water Watch is kind of the conversation there. And then Katie had mentioned the consortium and collaborative, which is not on this list, but I think should be added to the list for those of us who can't keep the two of those straight. And yeah, so this is a really, really quick informational session to have you all look again at these potential topics, see if you think any additional topics should be added to the list, and then volunteer to be part of creating the informational series. We really want to help and facilitate these informational series. But as it has been expressed, I believe in the chat and in this room throughout the day, we are not necessarily the expert. We are definitely not necessarily. We are not the experts on many of these topics. And we really want to find out, reaching out to you individually as members or potentially people in your network who you can help us to find and ask nicely to come and present. And this could be in a couple of different ways in which these 101 series could be put forth. It could be a virtual workshop. It could be we do with Floodmar, we do Lunchmar, where over a lunch hour, we have meetings that discuss really fun stuff about Floodmar. I recommend anyone joins. But yeah, so you can either email us or talk to one of us on the team here. But straight off the bat, any other potential topics to add? Any questions, comments, volunteers? Laura? Yes, all right. All right. What for? Okay. Yeah.
Simple question. Maybe not a simple question. This is Tim Worley again. Water systems. That's pretty broad topic. What is meant by that?
Does anyone, Katie, I think it was, yeah, the water systems, it was like small water systems, community water systems, state, yeah, the different types of water systems that there are, urban water systems, and how they all, what they have to do for drought. Thank you. Yeah.
Okay.
And they've built ventriloquist over here.
So again, the purpose of all of these was just to introduce these topics and make sure that everybody has at least a working baseline level of knowledge, since you all come from different perspectives and have different expertise. Hopefully that's helpful. Any other suggestions? Grace?
Not a suggestion, just wanted to say thank you. I have to leave early, and I commend you on starting today's meeting with our work on the focus groups and then having these updates in the afternoon. I feel like that was a really nice, nice flow to the conversation today. Thank you.
Great feedback. Thank you.
Great, thank you. Over to Suzanne.
So in our area, UC Davis is doing water monitoring in the Consumnes River. And they have done a lot of work in that. And I'm wondering if that would be a good topic on the monitoring system they have, telemetry. And we're able to follow it on the internet and graphs. Yeah.
That's great. That could potentially be focused in on for the in-stream flows topic that's listed there, but really kind of look at a local watershed like the Consumnes. Justine, sorry.
Justine Massey with Community Water Center. Are we avoiding repeating some of the other topic areas that we've already identified? Like I don't see information specific to domestic wells here. That could be something to add if we're not avoiding it purposefully. And then related to your suggestion about focusing on monitoring, it would be very interesting to look into how water quality and water levels connect and what our monitoring strategies are for capturing those impacts.
So perhaps a question for Julie and Anthony. I think the domestic well updates, the hydrology updates, the SB 552 updates, those were kind of requested on a rolling basis, right? There's some assumption that those will be repeated at future meetings if needed. So certainly not avoided intentionally.
But I think that it's noted. I think that would be a great presentation to have all over again. Ben, we'll see you again.
Clearly a lot of interest in that specific topic.
Yes, yes.
All right. Any other suggestions? And this list can always be built on in the future as well. We just wanted to make sure that we've captured the ones that have been discussed so far. And again, a big call to get one of you to volunteer and help out with the development of presentations. Any other thoughts? Justine?
Sorry, just continuing my comment, I guess. I think perhaps it would be useful to look at the domestic well situation from some different angles, like I'm including projections in different scenarios of how many wells might be impacted, what those costs would be, not to mention the human cost, so that we can help weigh in on some of those decisions or help frame the overall problem.
Great, thank you. Any other final thoughts? Yeah, Suzanne, then over to.
So just to expand on monitoring, we have a community group that actually is monitoring. We have the equipment and we have volunteers that are going out onto volunteers, well owners' property, and we are reporting well levels on a regular, and biannually. So maybe even somebody from a community group that actually is developing this program that has the equipment that's going out to the community, have somebody community-based talk about it.
Thank you.
Great suggestion. Thank you.
Hi, Anna Schiller with Environmental Defense Fund. I just want to really emphasize that I would love for us to have a informational session on nature-based solutions and think about natural infrastructure as well. I know there's a lot of talk and investment from state and federal agencies on these topics. So I don't have a contact in mind, but if there's someone maybe from one of our state agencies that might know an expert on nature-based solutions that could speak to this, that would be wonderful. And I also just want to clarify, this would be for virtual sessions prior to our next in-person meeting. Is that correct?
That's the idea.
Okay.
We really want to keep kind of what Justine said. No, sorry, it was Grace right before she left. Keep those sessions short when we're all in person, and also have it be a volunteer if you feel like you need the additional information, and then record them so you can watch them later and have them be resources, but to take up less of our time here. Yes.
That's great.
And make them public. Yeah.
Nancy, did you have a comment? Okay. So list is certainly ongoing. You can expect these to be much like the informational updates that were delivered here in the room, just virtually and on a wider array of topics. I believe
I would, just to be clear, this is not a promise list.
Right.
This is a suggestions list.
Aspirational.
This is
list, right?
aspirational,
Yeah.
yes.
And please, please, please do contact, if you're interested in leading one of these sessions, or at least helping assemble materials, please, contact either the DRIP email address or any member of the support team, and we'll get you plugged in. All right. So we are on to the very final item of the agenda today. Real quickly, before I hand it over to Anthony for any closing comments, I wanted to just run through a few action items that I jotted down throughout the day. I'd certainly welcome Glenn, Claire, Anthony, and Julie. If you captured any additional items, please feel free to add on. The first is really more of kind of a continued call to action. If at any time you have questions, concerns about the overall DRIP process, about where we're headed, please by all means reach out to any member of the support team, and in particular Anthony and Julie. Would love just to be kept in the loop. So, you know, just always want to make sure that that's a clear, open invitation. In terms of actual assignments, staff are going to work to develop the draft annual report by December. That the final draft is due towards the end of January and will be delivered at a minimum to the governor's office and agencies. And as Nancy mentioned, appropriate committees and legislative members as well. Next up, staff will develop a proposal for the next series of virtual meetings. So again, kind of based on all of the different focus areas that we discussed in the exercise, as well as continuing refinement of those 3 priority focus areas that you spent the bulk of the meeting today discussing. Well, staff will work to develop a proposal, and we'll get that out to you as soon as possible. But you can really expect that those sessions will likely happen in the first quarter of 2024. So before your next in-person session. The final note that I have on here, and hopefully, I think Janine had to leave, but hopefully I have this correct, that she said that she'd reach out to any and all of you for signatories to the letter of support for federal forecasting appropriations. So expect to see some additional information about that. I know it's an important topic. That was kind of the extent of the specific action items that I had. Any other members of the team? Did you capture anything else? All right. Well, with that, I will then hand it over to Anthony for closing remarks. Anthony.
Thanks, Sam. Before the bell rings, we all get released here. Just real quick, I was going to go over a summary of events, but I think everybody can recall through the day everything that we've done. But I just want to touch base with you that, is it clear to everybody that we're making progress and that there's a path forward and that your involvement is very key to this whole process? I know it's late in the afternoon. If you could just nod ahead, that'd be great. You know, it's challenging sometimes to kind of coalesce a group like this that are different perspectives and so forth, and came up with those 100+ focus areas. And now we're funneling through and prioritizing. Oh, I said the P word. Sequencing those things, right? We don't want to minimize any of them, but your involvement is key. And just like requesting your input on the informational items or any of the VM items, we may reach out to you to get your thoughts and opinions, or even suggestions of other subject matter experts too. So we're going to continue to engage with you. Some things to look forward to. We need to start scheduling for next year, you know, sometime in April and July and October, but I don't know if we're going to do a doodle doc or I don't know. Yeah, we'll find out big events and try to miss those and make sure that we can meet again. You know, we'll send out an administrative copy of the annual report, just to kind of get your eyes on it, so you get an idea. And then, yeah, we'll be looking to formulate some virtual meetings, some VMs between now and April. So with that, I just want to thank you for your patience and your time, your energy, not only today, but through this past year. And again, the challenge is to keep diligent. Drought is a real thing. There's a cycle, right? And maybe we're not in a up or down. I don't know which way it should be, but we're in it still, right? We still need to keep planning, discussing, and preparing. So again, thank you and have a good evening.
All right. My apologies. One final housekeeping item. If you haven't signed in yet today, the sign-in sheets are on the table, I believe, over by the front. Please make sure to do that before you leave. We'd also encourage you to grab one of these meeting evaluation forms. Your feedback to help us improve the process is kind of ongoing, and any input that you have would be great. Oh, and there's also a QR code if you prefer to submit things electronically. Thank you. Thank you to those members joining us online. This concludes the DRIP meeting for October 25th.